Now, tonight, there's a chilling claim from Nigeria's opposition and a stark warning about the state of this country's democracy. The ADC says its leaders came under armed attack earlier today in Benin City, alleging that gunmen trailed party officials from a political event and opened fire at a private residence, destroying vehicles in what they describe as a survived assassination attempt. At the center of this claim are prominent political figures, including Peter Obi and John Odigye Oyegun, who were attending an event linked to the formal declaration of Olumide Apata into the ADC. The reaction of the ADC has been stark. In a statement, it said that democracy is in danger. But as serious as these allegations are, they raise urgent and difficult questions. Was this a targeted political attack or something else entirely? Who were the perpetrators and where were the security agencies? And what does this say about the safety of political actors in Nigeria's increasingly volatile environment? Because if opposition leaders can be trailed and attacked in broad daylight, then the issue is no longer politics, it is national security. Well, to tell us exactly what happened, I'm joined now in the studio by the lawyer and member of the ADC's National Working Committee, Kenneth Okonkwo. Thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my pleasure being here again.
Yes, good to see you again.
Thank you, viewers, for joining us.
This has been described by the ADC as an assassination attempt. Tell us more about what happened.
Well, let me first of all say that I was in touch with His Excellency John Odigye Oyegun, the former governor of Edo State. And he narrated to me what happened because I wanted to have a first-hand information as a lawyer. We'll call it direct evidence. And so it's no longer allegedly. It happened. This was an assassination attempt by people I can describe as either the governmental people or their agents. And why did I say so? Governor Okpebolo, recall.
That's the governor of Edo State.
The governor of Edo State. The figure challenged governor of Edo State. Recall that he once warned Peter Obi that he should not step into Edo State except he gets clearance from him and that his security will not be guaranteed. I remember I was in your studio to warn that this is a threat to the life of the opposition leaders. Today, where they wanted to welcome Olumide Apata, the former president of MBA, because this is an attack on MBA.
That's the Nigerian Bar Association.
Nigerian Bar Association, right, into ADC. What they met was about convoy of 10 vehicles with one pilot vehicle controlling them. They went first into the venue where the event took place. And they had left there because they heard that people were coming to attack them. And they ran into Oyegun's house. To confirm their seriousness, they chased them. After shooting things in that venue, they chased them into Oyegun's house and blasted the gate and all the vehicles that were there. So this was an assassination attempt.
Right.
This is genocide against political opponents. You know, this
genocide might be an extreme word.
No, this government has started trying to do genocide against political parties. You must have heard when they said that it's like we are tilting towards one party state. And this was orchestrated by APC to ensure that there is no other party. That is what genocide means.
Yeah, but
having failed to genocide all the political parties, because ADC from the kingdom of grace just emerged, their only choice now is to wipe out the opposition leaders. And that is the next era they are going into.
Right. Let me just make it clear, because you're a lawyer as well. And
yes,
you know that with these kinds of things, one has to be careful what you actually say.
Absolutely.
But unless you have absolute evidence to support the point that you're making. But let me just say this.
Yes, the governor is the chief security officer of the state, and the president is the chief security officer of Nigeria.
But the fact that Governor Bebolo said that if you do not inform me when you come in, I cannot guarantee your security, doesn't mean that he's the one who carried out the attack. attack.
Well, then why are you arresting El Rufai? Because you said on television, he said that we were listening to people.
No, I think that those are
and
two
based on
different
that,
things.
no, I'm trying to tell you
Yeah.
that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you would not blame Okpobelo having made the threat.
No, Obebele did not say that. No, hold on.
Yes.
Obebele did not say
That.
if you come into my state and you don't tell me, I'm going to attack you.
He said,
that's not what he said.
I cannot guarantee your security.
Yeah, El Rufai said on this program that we have our ways of listening to the government, and we were listening to the government.
Yes.
We essentially, broadly speaking, tapped the National Security Advisor's phone. That's a completely different thing.
What he made is an allegation in law, because you have dragged me into it. Even if you come to law court and plead guilty, you are still expected to prove the ingredients of the offense.
Indeed.
Before the courts can convict you. So that somebody came on TV and said, I did whoo to an elephant. An elephant died.
Well, let's get back to the crux of the matter, because these are very important things. Let me ask you this. So your sense is that this was targeted, and not just a security breach or isolated violence.
No. It's a premeditated attack, channeled towards intimidating the opponents.
Were there any casualties?
Now,
anybody hurt?
Amongst our leaders,
we
cannot say that they killed anybody.
Yeah, but was anybody hurt?
But other people were injured. We are yet to know about the casualty figures because it happened today. But one thing is very, very telling. 3 governors were in that venue. 3 former governors. Because I'm talking directly to Mondo Kobelo. Because one day you'll be an ex-governor. And may it be rewarded to you that in your state, you will be targeted. John Oyegu, former governor of Edo State. Professor Sumbo, former governor of Edo State. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State. 3 governors. And the federal government with the state government could not provide enough security for their safety. Section 94 of the Electoral Act 2022 that has been repealed. And of course, the same provision has been provided for in the 1996, said that the security agencies must make equal provision for security for both the opposition and the ruling party, and that they will never stop any event that the opposition is to handle. They must provide that even if there is a clash in venue, security agencies must sort it out so that they will all carry out their activities.
So did they have security of their own?
If they had security,
was there security with them?
You know, this government, in order to ensure the intimidation of the opponents, they withdrew purportedly the security.
You mean there was security and then the security was withdrawn?
Yes.
Or you're speculating about it?
You know, that time the government said they are withdrawing policemen from everybody. Yes. They withdrew the security of John Oyegu and all the other people. And that
but usually when you have an event, I mean, you inform the police and the police would send security.
That is what I'm telling you. If the security was there, they wouldn't be attacked. So
there was no security, basically.
And then that's why I said it's genocide. It's
and what happened after the alleged attack?
Now,
did they go to the police and report the incident?
No, they reported the incident. Oyegu told me that the commissioner of police was magnanimous enough to visit him, but what we do not know is what happens after then, because most of those things had happened and it died down and swept under the carpet. Let me tell you, this is a manifestation of failure of leadership. Leadership is the ability to influence people through inspiration, not manipulation or intimidation. This government hasn't failed in all indices of governance. They are now employing intimidation and manipulation. You can see what happened today. That's pure intimidation. Now, manipulation. You can see what is happening in the purported amendment of our laws to create rooms for them to rig election. That's manipulation. And you know the funny thing? They always exhibit the work of unintelligent people. You can see the amendment they did purportedly to the Electoral Act. You can see the proviso. And the proviso is as worthless as the paper that it is written on. You can see a proviso. You know what they said? They said if there is communication failure, if there is no network, the presiding officer cannot transmit, then you will use the manual result to collate. Worthless. You know why? The beavers functions like your phone. If you snap me now, my image falls automatically to your gallery. And when you upload, you can upload me and my image onto any person or to any platform without network. You don't need it. So network comes only when you download, when you decode. Unintelligent people.
Right, but let me just come back
there is nothing like the proviso in the eyes of the law.
Right, let me come back to this issue of alleged attack in Benin, because I mean that's a very critical question. You said the police and other security agencies were not there at the time of this incident, and that you have formally filed a report.
Yes. Now, what I will not tell you now, to my knowledge, was whether there was any policeman that was there or not.
Right.
But what I will tell you was that whether there was policeman or not is either they were not enough or there were none. But I can't say authoritatively. What I know is that they were attacked in the venue that they held the meeting, because they had to leave there when they saw that there was an advancement of politically motivated thugs to destroy their lives.
Yeah.
And then they ran to Chief Oyegu's house and they chased them there. And because of the fortification of the gates, they were now trying to blast the gates to know whether they can enter. They destroyed all the cars. But fortunately for the people inside, they couldn't get entrance. Maybe our leaders would have been dead by now.
But I'm wondering, because you keep making reference, and obviously I can't dispute what you're saying, but I can neither support it either because I don't have the evidence.
I called Oyegu.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I mean, you keep making reference to the ruling party and the government. And what I'm wondering is what it is about that your gathering in Benin City, there was such a threat to them that they would send, because it's not like it happens every day, like all the gatherings of opposition people. Why would they send armed people to shoot at them? Because of, and you see what I mean?
I understand perfectly what you mean.
What is it that posed such a threat to them that they would want to assassinate people there? I don't understand the logic.
Now, first and foremost, I had told people that even if Tinubu runs unopposed in 2027, he will fail. Because the Constitution...
just because you said it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
No.
You said you were going to win in the
Yes.
FCT. You didn't win.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying
I said
members
that
of your party.
before now, I said that the candidature of the members of ADC in FCT was suspect. And the Nigerians should not judge us by FCT election. I said it before. Because David Bank
members of your party said other things.
David Bank
contrary to what you said.
I will own up to what I said. David Mark led NWC did not provide these candidates for FCT. So they were there before we came in. And I told Nigerians that FCT election should not be the basis to judge us. And you know what? You know what election meant? What it meant is that people said instead of voting for APC, they won't go to vote. 15%. 15%.
Well, that's how you interpret it.
But that is what it is.
Yeah, but the point is that, you see, I'm not a spokesman. So the next thing people are going to say, oh, well, he's talking.
I'm trying to tell you the threats. The reason,
what I'm saying is
the reason
that
the
percentage of people who came out to vote in the FCT voted from official figures, voted in favor of the APC.
Now,
so they could have voted in favor of the ADC, irrespective of how few their numbers were.
Good. I don't want to go into the details of the sham election. You and I knew or know that Mwike obstructed people from coming out. He declared restriction of movement. That was to ADC members. It cannot be to APC members because they've already had a meeting and told them that they will not be restricted. But he officially, from 8 p.m.
Yeah, how do they know who's going to vote for the ADC?
No, they are government
in terms
in power.
Of campaigners.
They are government in power. So government in power have the minimum persons who are benefiting from them that will vote for them. We are not government in power. So any restriction of movement is going to affect our voters.
Okay.
But that's, by the way, why I'm telling you that Tinubu will lose, even if he comes unopposed. That is the reason they want to destroy the opposition party, because of the threat that they will lose 2027 election. All this hula baloo about people defecting, governors defecting, and all those things. 2027 election is going to be the people of Nigeria against APC.
Let me just read.
So because they know they will lose, that's why their attention is to wipe out the opposition leaders.
Let me just return to that incident in Benin City, because again, in many respects, it is an isolated incident.
No, it's not.
It's not a common incident that everywhere the opposition is meeting, gunmen come and open fire.
No,
So the reason
in Lagos State, the ADC leader in Lagos State, who was the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate, when he wanted to have a meeting, he was disrupted by thugs. They wounded and nearly killed people in Lagos State.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you this.
And Mondo Kobele, you may not have heard, he has accused ADC that they are the ones sponsoring cultism and that he is going to demolish their houses. So a pattern has emerged.
Right. Okay. Well, let me say this, because in the statement that we received, from some members of the ADC who sort of issued it, they said that democracy is in danger.
Absolutely.
Which obviously is a grave claim.
Yes.
Why should Nigerians see this as a systemic threat? Because that's what that means.
That's what it is.
Rather than political rhetoric amplified in a tense pre-election atmosphere.
Now,
which you often get in Nigeria before elections.
Good. I told you there is a premeditated plan to destroy opposition leaders. Since their plan to destroy the opposition political parties has failed, and you were telling me that it's an isolated event in Kaduna State.
No, I'm asking you whether it's an isolated.
No, it is not.
Right.
In Kaduna State, it happened. You saw how they blasted the events where ADC wanted to have their meeting. Now, I've given you instances in all the 6 geopolitical zones.
Okay, but let me ask you this then, because we're running out of time.
Good.
I mean, you make the point, and you make your point fairly robustly there. This incident happened around what I might call a high-profile defection, because I mean, Olumide Abacha was defecting to the ADC, or formally joining the ADC.
Better.
Could internal political rivalries or local tensions have played a role? I mean, without it necessarily being some officially sanctioned sort of APC affair.
Then what would the rivalry be for?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm really asking you.
That's why we are not doing our primaries. We are not doing our elections. There's no rivalry. Somebody is joining a political party, and the whole different persuasions in ADC, we are all there. So you see Obi was there, Osumbo there, Akpata was there, Oyegu, former national chairman of APC, because APC is a party that doesn't have conscience.
Yeah, but those are all people from the ADC.
That's what I'm saying.
Were there.
You said whether it is any rivalry. And
no, it could be rivalries. Yeah. I mean, I'm purely speculating.
No, I know.
Well, what I'm saying is that it could be rivalries that Abacha himself has with other people. I mean, I don't know.
And I'm saying it cannot,
having come from another party to a different
It cannot be, because he has not told you he's going to contest for any election. He has not told you. He has just come in to join a political party.
So your conviction is that it is a broader national plot from the APC.
From the presidency to the governor of Edo State. Because why? The governor is the chief security officer of Edo State. The president is the chief security of Nigeria. 10 vehicles without split numbers, moving in one direction. They were not arrested. They were not stopped. They were not interrogated. They finished everything and they left. You know what Abacha will tell you? Abacha will tell you that's state-sponsored terrorism.
But shouldn't you give the government the chance to make a statement about this, to respond? I mean, you're alleging things about them without giving them a chance. You haven't asked them to say, well, this is what happened. What's your response to it? We don't know what the police commissioner discussed with John Odidie Oyegun when he came to see him. Is it not unfair? And you're a lawyer.
Yes.
For you to just be making allegations without actually substantiating it with evidentiary fact.
The origin of criminal proceeding is in complaints. So we are complaining.
No, you're
about what
complaining
is
that
happening.
you were attacked.
That's what I'm saying.
But you're alleging.
That is allegation.
You're making allegations.
Complaint is part of the allegation.
Yeah, well,
it is not our duty to prosecute or to prove.
Well, what are
our duty is to tell the world what is happening.
So
I have the right to allege.
No. But what are you demanding tonight?
What we are demanding is that there should
see?
Be an immediate, comprehensive.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore, and it works.
Independent and impartial investigation to what happened, and the culprits should be arrested, prosecuted. This is an attempted assassination, and we believe that it was premeditated, and we believe that the government is responsible for it. They can prove us otherwise, because they have the monopoly of force, monopoly of power, and they have the monopoly of the prosecutorial powers.
But in Nigeria, we know that there are a lot of, non-state actors who are armed across this country.
Yes.
I mean, including arguably politicians on all sides of the political divide in this country. I mean, isn't that true? Because a lot of politicians in the ADC have come from ruling parties where they themselves once controlled power. They've been former governors, they've been former, ministers, and in very powerful positions.
Good. Haven't you heard that why we believe that the security situation is festering in Nigeria is because there's complicity in the security apparatus of Nigeria? I'm not the one who said it. The government said it. Goodluck Jonathan said it. He said, I have Boko Haram even in my cabinet. So if there is no complicity with the government, no security problem will last more than 24 hours.
Yeah, but that suggests that people who are and who were in government are equally complicit. That would include members of the ADC.
No, it is your duty as a government in power to single out whoever is involved and dish out the commensurate wrath of law against the person. And if you don't, you have just exposed your incompetence and complicity with what is happening. That is why you are in power.
Okay.
They are not in power. And that is why you should investigate whoever that is offending the law. And when you fail, you take responsibility.
Well, I certainly hope the government gets to the bottom of this.
No, they should.
Yes.
Otherwise, everybody should prepare to defend yourself.
I want to thank you, Kenneth. It's always very, very interesting and
Greetings, so everyone. Greetings to everybody. Oh, now welcome. Oh, welcome. I salute to everybody. How is everybody doing? So now the matter where they ground with this. So this is what we are talking about today. So welcome, Jagun and ID. Welcome. I see you guys in the studio. So I'm going to bring you guys in now so you can have your say. All right, Jagun, you may unmute. Oh. Let's hear what you got to say, what your thoughts are.
Thank you. How are you? It's very good to see you after so long.
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Thank you.
I'm well.
That's good.
I'm happy that I'm not the only one here. And my sister, I must say, let me put my camera on, as I don't want to allow you to be beautiful by yourself. Let me join you. You can add to my own beauty. I'm still looking at Nigeria hard, and I have no hope, my sister. You know, I always give a lot of kudos to you for your drive, your passion, your hope about Nigeria. And when I see the way politics goes, my sister, I can't join them. I cannot join them. It's too much hullabaloo that leads nowhere. And the gentleman said that, Mr. Okonkwo, he said that there is no way that Tinubu would return. But my sister, I can't see any other thing. I can't see any other thing. The question that you asked, I wasn't able to say yes or no at within the comments, because who knows? In Nigeria, as a Nigerian, if you're trying to do something, you are surrounded by enemies, and the person right next to you is also your enemy. It's an archaic place to be in, just ordinarily as a human being, let alone to be in politics. So, you know, I've said it to you before, and I don't know how it would happen, but I said in order for Nigeria to take the power back from the wretched criminals that are leading us to nowhere, is for there not to be 2027 election. No way. There's no point. Having a 2027 election, we know whoever comes in is going to be basically worse. If Tinubu comes in again, it's going to be worse than the 4 years that is behind him. I can't see any of these ADC characters coming in. I believe that there was an election in Abuja recently where I wonder if someone can explain and express that to me so I can make my comment. And I think my comments would still remain, but I won't make them now. I will make them after I have an understanding. I leave it with you.
Okay. ID, welcome. Oh. Thank you very much, Jagun. ID, can you hear us?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
So yeah, you did you follow the Abuja elections, and do you have like a synopsis of what you think might have happened during the election? And then, of course, we're talking about PO's assassination attempt on his life.
yeah. Let me first of all greet everyone here. I'm so sorry. This is 4 a.m. my time. I always love to stand by and
Oh
come to
wow!
your show.
Thank
So
you.
I'll come up my light, but we have already shut down. So here's the
No
thing.
worries at all. Thank you.
Yeah, Nigeria is gradually becoming a Taliban state. It's very funny that three former governors today were attacked in Edo State. Professor Sareme Osumbo was a governor, John Oyego was a governor, Peter Obi was a governor. If at that level, the Edo State government cannot provide a basic minimum protection for these gentlemen, it shows that Nigeria is gone. How can they protect the ordinary people? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So it shows that the primary duty of any government, which is to secure lives and property, they have failed woefully, and which they have. The Tinubu administration have basically allowed human lives to waste and waste and waste without lifting a finger. It got so worse that a foreign power have to throw a bomb in Nigeria, and the Nigerian government do not know where these people were. So it's shameful. I want to tell everybody here today that whatsoever you saw happen in Edo State today was engineered by the Edo State government. Sometimes in March last year, the Edo State government, under the leadership of Monday Okpebholo himself, the governor of Edo State, threatened that if Peter Obi do not take permission from him to come to Edo State, whatever happened to him, he should take it like that. To me, as a layman, looking at what happened today, I can tell you that the Edo State governor is the one behind that assassination plot.
Wow.
Yes. Because the Edo State government have said severally that whenever Peter Obi entered the state without his permission, whatever happened, he should take it like that. So the Edo State government is my primary suspect.
Wow.
And the governor of Edo State must come out and tell the Edo people and Nigerian people what was that shenanigans all about. This is not to sugarcoat anything. This is the reality. Now, on the issue of Abuja election, APC have become a man that cannot satisfy his wife without missing concussion. The natural strength of APC is ringing. I can tell you today, an average supporter of APC, to me, when they tell you that Tinubu have covered everything, it reminds me so much of Abacha in 1998. 1997, 1998. Remember how many political parties collapsed their structure, right, to endorse Abacha for the presidency. In fact, many people were like, oh, nobody dares challenge Abacha. Abacha have already won everywhere. Remember the 10,000, was it 10,000 1 million man match that took place in Abuja for Abacha? That is the repeat of history we are having today. Let's put this into logic. You have 31 governors, almost half of the senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria are in your party. Basically, half of the green chambers are in your party. The traditional rulers, you have them as your foot march. The religious leaders, you change them like tissue paper. Okay? The big money spenders in Nigeria, which are the businessmen, you have them at your beck and call. And you are still afraid of free and fair election? It shows that all the bragging that the APC government have been doing is all propaganda. My brother and my sisters, I can tell you today, the fiasco that went on for weeks about the need to mandatorily transmit results that was dragged on for several weeks. I'll give you an example. A bill, okay? A bill to what's it called? To it was like a bill that was sent in from the presidency. So the bill says that they want to remove the Aso Rock from national grid and install a solar grid. Guess what? That bill was passed with just 15 senators in a couple of hours. Why the electoral bill that will guarantee Nigeria the freedom and liberty to choose their leaders dragged on for weeks, and they end up putting a proviso. It shows that these people are criminals. I tell you, for instance, people always say, like my brother here said, 2027. No, we can't cancel 2027. It will be undemocratic. It will be unlawful to cancel 2027. 2027 is a must. It's constitutionally that every 4 years that we must have election in Nigeria. Are you getting me? So what we should be talking about now is we, the people, should bring out a candidate that can defeat the APC terrorist organization in power. Today, a lot of people are dying. Look, if
Ross,
yes,
Ross, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Thank you. If 2027 goes ahead as is predicted, and whoever is up against Tinubu is defeated because the time is short, could we expect any different in one? And even if we did, would in that a different person comes in, do you really, hand on heart, expect any change? Just be honest with you. Thank you, sir.
So for me, I'm a core Democrat. For me, it's not even about who win or who lose. It's about, first, let us have free and fair election.
Oh dear.
Okay.
You're not answering my question. And there's no way we're gonna have any free and fair election. That's all guess. That's all hopeful and wishful thinking. You're not speaking practically.
No, look at the new electoral act.
You have to let him speak, because when you were speaking, he didn't interrupt. So please,
I asked him a question. I'm being quiet and I'm listening. Don't worry.
Yeah, please let him answer the way he wants to. Go ahead.
The new electoral law, right? If we want to enforce it, we can enforce it. I'll give you an example, right? In Abuja, are they going to say, oh, the network is going to fail in Abuja? The answer is no. Look, do you know how much budget the INEC is going to be using to conduct this election? 1,100 billion naira. For God's sake, we should be talking about how we can introduce electronic voting. That is one. Then you said if the person that is up against Tinubu, if he's defeated, if anything will change. Look, here's the thing. The opposition in a free and fair election will defeat Tinubu. It's a given, because Tinubu, one, is not popular among the people. He's trying to buy the people, but it's not everybody you can buy. Now, about new person coming, if there will be changes, yes. It depends on the political will that the person have. Even Tinubu himself can make changes, but you know why there's no changes with Tinubu? Because of the too much baggages he have. Because of the too much deals he had before having this presidency. Okay? So that is just what it is. If we have a new person who say, you know what, I'm going to be the Grand Commander of Federal Republic of Nigeria, I am going to eliminate terrorism. He can do it. It starts from his government. There are a lot of people in this government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu who are sympathetic to terrorists and bandit people. They go every day negotiating with bandits. Okay? So for me, new government, no new government. First of all, let's have a free and fair election, and the government should use their political capital to set Nigeria free from this siege that they have put Nigeria in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ID. EB, now you be that. Hey, whoa, I bet more can I help me clap for EB? EB enter studio today. Hey,
Ibi, how now?
EB, oh, Mona, oh, yeah, Michael. Me una say when
good.
they send palm wine. Kene, where your palm wine cola? Send that EB don't enter studio today. Oh my goodness. Thank you for coming in. Oh, good to see you, my brother. Now you be that. Your face shine. Your face show your shoe shine.
No mind me, Jerry. I've actually been on the studio before, if you can remember. This was 2023 election. Yeah.
You might have been. So now we many that time. So I'm not gonna keep track again. Maybe you change your name again, right? You change your
Something like that. Yeah.
Now make. Welcome. Good to have you. Good to have you.
Thank you, my sister.
Yeah.
Good evening. Oh, can I speak now?
Absolutely. You have the floor. They clap for you. They don't send wine glasses. Can they wait palm wine? Can they palm wine remain? Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to
Good evening to you.
And then everybody on the chat as well. I just wanted to listen in and not jump in, but I had to jump in because of the question that Jagan asked first, and then the submission of my brother as well. I think Nigerians have to come to, and I honestly believe we're gradually getting to that place, but we really need to come to a place where we should accept the reality of what we're faced with. And what do I mean by reality? The reality is the fact that I'm an obedient. I wholeheartedly support Peter Obi, wholeheartedly. But I think we must embrace the fact that no election can change Nigeria. I think this is one of the hard truths that we're yet to tell ourselves. It's one of the conversations that, yes, and I know once in a while we talk about that, but oftentimes we still fall back on, okay, maybe we can actually defeat them in an election. Maybe we can actually win. Maybe if we were to mobilize ourselves and go out there, we can actually surmount all of the different shenanigans that this APC government is putting in place. But we must face the fact that, honestly, a lot of people won't come out to vote. That's number one. We saw an example just this past weekend, the Abuja election. You saw how some people's voting location was abruptly changed without them knowing. And if they were able to do something like that in this cycle election, they would definitely do worse in 2027. Meaning that, okay, let's even assume we're able to mobilize ourselves, and all of a sudden people's voting locations are changed. How then do you make that happen? We know the way Nigerian election is, oftentimes there is no movement. Movement is restricted, right? So this is just one out of the many challenges that this government would put in place to disenfranchise people from voting, right? So that is one thing. Secondly, just today we saw the assassination attempt on Peter Obi and those two other governors. This is just a preamble to what the violence would look like in 2027, which again would breed voter apathy. A lot of people want to come out to vote. Just last week and 2 weeks ago, we saw how few people were conversing for, we need to change this electoral electoral act that is being passed into law would definitely cause APC to rig the election. It has been passed into law now. It's almost like there's nothing we can do about it. I still believe something can be done about it, but it almost feels like there is nothing we can do about it. Now, are we going to go into an election having this kind of shambles as the guiding principle and think that we'll win? It's not possible. So honestly, where I stand right now, I'm with the team that believes that there shouldn't be a 2027 election. And it's not to say that we can stop INEC from conducting it, but I do not believe anyone should go out and vote. See, let me even be very frank. Even if Peter Obi were to get the tickets, with what APC has put on ground, they will still rig that election. So technically speaking, our conversation has to switch from a 2027 election to what are we going to do to rescue this nation? See, even if we were to decide to go for a 2027 election, we must shift our conversation from just the voting to what are we going to do after we are rigged? Because truth be told, we will be rigged regardless of who comes, who emerges as the ADC candidate, or regardless of how much we mobilize ourselves, we will be rigged. My brother earlier was talking about how can they say there won't be network in Abuja? You're talking about people that don't work with common sense. There will not be network on that day. It go shock you, say they will turn off all the network, they will turn off power. There will not be network. There won't be. See, it feels like we are still embracing the fact that there's still some common sense in this government. We can still reason with them. See what happened in 2023, for Christ's sake. Did you see all the mutilation in election results, this Abuja result? Let me summarize all I'm saying because I don't want to be long-winded. There's so much I could say. But everything I'm saying, I will summarize in these two statements. If Peter Obi emerges as the candidate, and we mobilize ourselves to go vote, APC will still rig us because on that day, there won't be network, there won't be power, there will be voter apathy, there won't in fact, I'm so certain that people's voting locations will also be changed on that day. That's the first thing. The second thing is the fact that we're seeing all this violence now. It's definitely going to increase. What are we going to do? If we were to vote in 2027, what are we going to do after we are rigged out? That is what we need to be talking about now. If we are still thinking that election will change Nigeria, well, well and good. But that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EB. You know, your points are valid, to be honest. Everybody has a great point, to be quite honest. And yes, I do agree with you that I'm on both sides. I'm on for me, I don't think we should be talking about elections because too many lives are just going every day, disappearing just like that. Either they are being kidnapped or every day is unaliving going on in Nigeria. It's like an open cemetery in Nigeria right now. We're bleeding out lives, right? So normally a situation like this, a country that has saying, where everybody brain, they're all right. Everybody's supposed to be streets by now. Like literally, we ought to shut down everything. But it's not happening. All the people that have been shouting revolution, revolution, where are they? Why are they not leading? This whole thing does not fall on the shoulders of Peter Obi alone. All of us here, we all have a role to play. So all the people that want things to shut down, where are they? At least Peter Aka was pushing for the Electoral Act. He single-handedly took that thing. The Electoral Act was not trending. Nobody was talking much about the Electoral Act. But Peter Aka made it a thing by showing up at the National Assembly on his own to push for it. Right? So I'm not against any of these options that has been laid before us. Right? But where are the people that have been shouting revolution? Where are the people that are saying, okay, election cannot save us? Just like you said, Ibi, and I agree with you. to a certain extent, right? Election cannot save us. So where are the people that ought to be pushing for the revolution or whatever it is that should be happening? Where are they? So you see that it's still, in the absence of that, there's no other choice but to think in terms of election. Whether they're going to rig it or not, too, and I agree with you, we have to now, everybody has to now decide, and me, I've been saying it, 2027 election is going to be war. And anybody going into 2027 election has to be ready and understand and count the cost for a war, because that's what's going to happen. Even Dele Farotimi said it himself. Like, anyone that's coming out for 2027 election, the only person that he's going to support is somebody that's going to say, if you do this, everywhere go bust 2 seconds. So in the absence of nothing happening, people are talking about the election, because all the people that are talking about revolution and whatnot, or whatever it is, options that they want to put out, it's all talk for a lot of people. It's all talk. Nobody's doing anything. Nobody. It's easy to talk, but the real work on ground, where are the people that ought to be doing it? You saw the last election in Abuja. People were going to politicians' house to donate their PVCs for 3,000. There was even a lady, a woman on camera that was recorded saying, she has a PVC, but she, that the government is supposed to give her some, politicians are supposed to give her something, and then she will decide who she wants to vote for, on top of how much. All these are great ideas, but at the end of the day, where is the action behind it? At the end of the day, where is the action behind it? You understand? The last protest that happened in Washington, D.C., I could count the number of people that showed up for the protest. Nigerians. For those that are on ground that are even trying to do something, I don't have a choice but to support them. Because the people that are doing the talking are not showing up or doing anything. Is all they do is talk. Show me what you are doing. What are we doing? And I'm not, it's not a direct attack on anyone here. I'm just speaking generally. I hear a lot about, revolution. Let's do this. Come on, protest. Say, okay, they are unaliving our people in Nigeria. Let's come together and make our voices loud. I know you can count the number of Nigerians that showed up. There's another one coming up on March 2nd. I will wait to see how many Nigerians will show up again. If we really care and we are really interested in fighting for this country, everybody should make it a date and say, no, I have to go and make my own voice heard. On March 2nd. There's one coming up on March 2nd. There's one coming up on June. How many of us are really putting the work in? How many of us are really putting the action into it? We are not on ground in Nigeria, but there are things that we can do from where we are. How many of us are doing it? So these are the real facts in front of us. I cannot knock people on ground that are doing the work. I can't knock Peter Obi. The man is doing what he knows to do best. And the weight of it all falls on the man, because guess what? As you can all observe, he is the only one that is feared the most. He is the one single person. Your government is afraid of one single human being, to the point where they put in disruptors in all the political parties in Nigeria just to make sure he does not gain a ticket. Do you know that the ADC to unregister ADC, they adjourned the case to sometime in March for the hearing? Do you know that? There are people pushing that they must deregister ADC as we speak. One man, the man has no gun. He hasn't called for a revolution. All he wants is to see a working Nigeria. But your government, because it has so much hate and full of so much demons, let me just put it the way it is, they don't want to see any action. So yeah, I am for yes. Let's be action. It's a time for, I've been saying it's time for action for the longest time. I know they see any action. Nobody's doing any action apart from people that are showing up. There are Nigerians in Washington, D.C. showing up every day, having hearings with the necessary representatives and senators. There are few, but there are Nigerians there that are doing the hard work. What are the rest of us doing? That's the question. So anyhow, na one time, me I did my own na make Nigeria better. If na revolution, oh yeah, where the people when they did one, where the people when they front the revolution, make we see them, make them show. That's the thing for me. So in the absence of that, guess what? Because people want to see a solution, they're going to keep talking about election, even though, yes, it's going to be rigged. You and I know it's going to be rigged. Even though, yes, they're going to switch off the IRF. In fact, it's going to be manual. After all, the Abuja election, you saw how they butchered everything. They tipexed over it. They wrote over the numbers. They added numbers to where there were no numbers. APC work, right? And, ID, you were talking about, it's Akpakomiza. It's a D7. Governor when they work out for inside gutter. Na him handwork. Who is he working for? Is it not Tinubu that is working for? Who is he doing it for? Is it not Tinubu? You think Tinubu does not know what is happening? It is Tinubu, the APC government, that is behind this plot, right? I don't ask the question. When I ask, and I never even answer the question. Is APC behind the assassination attempt? Jagun say he not sure. Maybe I put on sure for one of the options.
Like I said, if you allow me.
Yeah, go ahead. I think EB also wanted to speak. So after you, we fit yield for EB. Go ahead.
Okay, let EB speak. There's a video, just a short clip I would have played here.
Oh, you can share it to the private chat. If you have the video, okay. I'll share it so everybody can watch it. EB, are you ready?
It's a voice note, yeah.
Oh, it's a voice note. Okay, you can play it after. EB, you're ready to talk? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to echo what you said, because you made a very vital point, and that was actually what I was thinking when I brought up the conversation of the elections would be rigged. What are we going to do when we are rigged? I feel there are a few things that we can do right now, and some of those things you already said, right? So think about the way all of this Christian genocide thing happened. And there were people in Nigeria that cried out to the point that the US was able to hear, and the US heard, and now the US is trying to do something to at least help. I feel like we can also approach this electoral issue that we have the same way. And you said there are people that are already meeting with their governors, as it were, or representatives in their states, and they're trying to pitch in these things. If we can do more of that, I think it might help in a way, because honestly, for me, I know revolution, yes, is fine. But the fear also is, do you really want to lose lives? Do you want people to just pile like that? Nobody wants to do that. And I think it's one of the fears that a lot of Nigerians have. And that is why a lot of people are not coming out, because they know what happens in the end is that, okay, they will buy people, they will unalive people. So I think there are other things that we can do besides just physical, as it were, revolution. We can petition to the US as well, right? The US is already aware of some of the Christian issues happening. We can also add this to it. I really do believe that there are conversations going on about this, because I think I heard something that Riley Moore said recently. That was yesterday. I can't remember exactly what it is right now, but it was a conversation relating to Nigerian elections. So if we were to mount enough pressure, we can actually effect a change that won't involve so much paying. But like you said, everyone has a responsibility to play, whatever state you're in. And this is more so to the diasporans, whatever state or country you live in. If we can put more pressure and make this thing known, so much so that there can be a global view on it, or global the eyes of the global world can see it, then maybe we can effect the change that would be non-violent and that might even produce greater results than what we currently might be thinking about doing. Again, this is what I think right now, but ultimately, if that doesn't happen, then at some point we would be left with no choice than just to get on the streets. But yeah,
Right.
I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Jagun, yeah, go ahead and then we'll come to your video ID. Yeah, please stay tight. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I believe Ibi, if I'm right in the pronunciation of your name, I think you spoke very well, very clearly. And also, our brother, I beg your pardon, IDIB, I'm not, the names aren't up, so we can't see the name. Forgive me. We're in a very, very difficult situation as Nigerians globally. We care a great deal about our country and what's happening. But the apathy, the tiredness, the regret, I'm never going back to Nigeria for those of us in the diaspora. It's heavy. I don't know about where you live, but in London here, where there are many Nigerians, as you know, they don't want to speak or know about anything Nigeria. If you want to engage them in this discussion, they go drop them instantly. I'm talking about my family, my friends, and people I bump into. They don't have too much time in their mind to think about the rescuing of Nigeria because truly they have no idea. Me, I too have no idea in real terms. I'm just looking at the scenario as it is. I have emotion attached, but I sometimes take my emotion away and just look at the state of this country. Somebody said it's about to turn into a Taliban state. That is accurate. As far as I'm concerned, that's accuracy. We're about to turn into the correct wild, wild west, where people will be buying each other anyhow. Me, I don't want to die for nothing. I'm prepared to die for something. And unfortunately, Nigerians, we have been lackluster for 60 years. I watched protests in Nigeria from a long time ago. None of the protests I've watched is anything that the South Africans protest. I don't see it like that. You have a few people in the street mucking around. Kenya, when I saw there a small uprising, I said, this is not uprising. This is not real uprising. When I look at what took place in Bangladesh, uprising with that. Nepal, uprising. It's really sad for me that we are so afraid to die for something that we continue dying for nothing. People in Nigeria are dying for nothing. I believe that we in the diaspora really need to come to points of agreement. That's why you're not seeing revolution. All the programs like your own, all the platforms, Niger platforms like your own, they hardly actually speak about revolution. There's 1 against 10, 1 against 100. People know they're not ready to die. People know we are, I don't want to use the word coward because I don't believe that, but we are sheepish as a people. And because I've said it before, and I know you didn't like it, but because our culture is a culture of oppression, that is what we understand, and that dictate is what we follow. Now, me as an individual, I'm prepared to lead this thing, but I don't have the gravitas. Nobody knows who I am. If I went to Nigeria and started speaking about revolution, they will kill me for nothing. They will kill me for nothing. I will go back to Nigeria if there's a revolution being there. I'll go back and join. If I know people around me are standing up, I will stand up with them. But I know people around me aren't standing up. What I would like is for us in the diaspora to really be honest with ourselves. In order to save Nigeria, no politician is going to do it. No politician can do it. The level of opposition that PO has played over these last 3 years has been woeful. We have to, I'm being honest though, I'm not being emotional. I'm being honest. The hope, the belief that I had in Peter Obi 2023, we know the election then was rigged. After the rigging of the election, the court case that he went through, he did not put up a defense at all. In the mayhem of a court system that we have in Nigeria, he didn't put up any level of a statement, of a pronouncement, of a campaign, of a case to say that this election was rigged. What he did was to pacify the people who were ready at that time, passionate at that time, to really back him. If he said, if he said to Nigeria, this is not going to stand, we are not going to allow Tinubu to enter into this office, I'm telling you, there would have been a revolution then, because people were ready, people were angry, people were emotional. After 3 years of largely saying nothing and then going to join ADC, I thought this is somebody without a backbone. This is somebody without an understanding of what crooked. How can you go and place yourself in the middle of snakes and enemies and think that something is going to come out of that? And me personally, I didn't like that move of his. I didn't like it. Didn't respect it. I lost a lot of respect and belief in him at that time, to be honest. As somebody, I'm not necessarily unobedient, but I believed that this man is cleaner. I won't say he's clean and scot-free and he's not a politician, but he was clearly cleaner than everybody else. To me, clearly he won that election. After 8 years of Buhari, who slept for the 8 years of his governance, and then 2 to 3 years of Tinubu, not even 2 to 3 years. The first 6 months of Tinubu was, for me, it was like, my God, who is this person? I mean, we know who he is, and we know that this is what he was going to do. Just look at what we are allowing. Tinubu is now, I don't know if you're aware, he's now the second richest man in Nigeria. Before, he wasn't even on the list. We all know that he was seriously rich, but he was not on the list. Now he's the second richest man in Nigeria. People said that, somebody said that there are some people who can't be bought. I disagree. In that place called Nigeria, where everybody is desperate, it's like anybody can be bought in that country. Because why? Because they want to relieve themselves from tragedy and poverty. Simple. When you're desperate, you have a desperate nation. You can do anything to anybody. So I really need us to wake up, because we're seriously sleeping as Nigerians. The diaspora is supposed to be in a conversation of agreement and know how to manipulate our people back home and know how to galvanize our people and then go back home and make sure that we save our nation. The level, when we look at Nigeria, if you look at it, the problem of the North is deep, and they're just killing people anyhow. Ondo State, they just killed a king again in Ondo State. They paralyzed Kwara. They entered into Kogi and started making it. The Sokoto, the Sultan of Sokoto, made pronouncement that Oyo should be Sharia. This is a massive problem, massive. Yet still in the south, which to me is the only true hope of that country. Igbo, they cuss Yoruba, Yoruba, they cuss Igbo all day long. all day long. That's what we are using our energy to do. Who is going to lead the revolution when this is the actual marketplace as we have it? How can you lead the revolution? However, it's only a revolution that can be a cure to the cancer of that country. Let me tell you this. We've just had Epstein files come out. The whole world has a clear understanding that the people who are running the world, the people who are running the countries, the people who are the elite, the lawyers, the judges, and all over, they're involved in those documents, all of them. So if I was in front in the court in London and looking at a judge who is probably a pedophile, a rapist, a horror, somebody who eats human flesh, this person is going to judge me. You know, the shame would be if there is a revolution in Europe, anywhere in Europe, before there's the same thing in Nigeria. When you look at the whole globe, Nigeria's economy, which is pivotal to Nigeria's success, if the politics is played correctly, Nigeria within 3 years can become the 15th largest economy in the world and push on to take its place within the top 3 within 10, 15 years. That's what Nigeria's opportunity really is. However, that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because our politics is not correct and the country is not one. If we really love Nigeria, we really want the country to remain one. If Nigeria does not remain one, we are going to be the cancer of Africa because we haven't understood our responsibility. So I put it to our small panel here and those who are listening. I put it to us that we're not serious. As serious as we like to project that we are, we're not serious at all. We like to use highfalutin English to really come to nothing. That's why I hear your frustration, Omoye, in that we just talk. That's your frustration, fundamentally. Can the talk not mushroom into some level of development, some level of consciousness, some level of drive and push that we see that this is the road to travel? We can't see these. So, you know, I want agreement, my sister Omoye, and it's only by agreement in the diaspora that we can force any change in Nigeria. The way we bicker on all our platforms, and I follow a lot of these platforms and look at them, listen to them. 1 or 2 I join. The way we are disparate in our pronouncements and we don't really follow the common sense of what an individual would say, it's frightening.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Jagun. So a few things about what you said. So the question I have for you, because like I said, everybody has a role to play. You did say that, when other people start a revolution, you don't mind joining. How about you starting it?
Yeah, I told you why I didn't. I could, I could, I had to now.
You could start. So one
My
person,
sister.
wait now, Jagun, please wait, please. You can start it because we all have our own work cut out for us. You don't need anybody to start anything. You can start your own. Wait, please. When you talk, I know they interject you now, Jagun. Please, impulse control. I beg. I want this to flow. Okay.
Sure.
So when you can start it wherever you are, you live in wherever you live. If it's England or US, wherever, you can start. You don't need to know anybody. You don't need to have the clouds. People that started talking did not have the clouds. Peter Aka, nobody knew him. Nobody knew who he was. All it took was for him showing up at the National Assembly and demanding for the electoral reform. That's it. That's all he did. Nobody knew him. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody knew he existed. I didn't. It was this election push, electoral reform push that brought him out, because he was going to the National Assembly and recording himself by himself and saying, here, This is what I'm demanding. I'm going to their office now. I'm going to drop this. I took it to this other office. I took it to that office. He kept on it consistently. You know, it's easy to blame Peter Obi. It's easy to push all the blame.
not
And say,
easy.
oh, wait now, Jagun, you will hold on. Please, you will hold on. It's easy to blame Peter Obi. It's easy for us to condemn him and say, oh, he did not do what he was supposed to do. He didn't act when he was, but you are a Nigerian as well. If he didn't do it, what were you doing? Don't you have your own role cut out for you? Will he be the one to do everything for you? Are you not affected by what is going on in Nigeria? You know, and you know, sometimes, especially those of us in the diaspora that live in diaspora, we're worse than the ones in Nigeria too, because we're very quick to push the work of taking back this country on, you know, Nigerians should do it. Nigerians, the ones at home, why are they so docile? But the ones in the diaspora are even worse. They are more docile. Wait, Jagun, please.
I'm waiting.
Now,
Let me hear your question in order to answer.
Let me land. No, you will let me land, please. Now, I know a couple of times in England when they've done protests. Do you show up in those protests? Have you showed up? Because they advertise it, is everywhere on social media. I've even shared it on my platform when they are going to protest in England. Did you show up there? Did you say, yes, it's true, this is what is happening in our country? All the unalivings that have been taking place in Nigeria. Did you show up in the High Commission and say, yes, this is what we are suffering really? We need help in my country. Did you show up? Every one of us has a role to play. The last rally that took place in Washington, you say Nigerians are not doing something. Some Nigerians are doing a lot in the diaspora. I know. I can count 5 people that I know in Washington. They keep shuttling between their home base and Washington because they want to be part of the crucial conversations. They are writing letters to their representatives. They are writing letters to their senators. What are you doing? That is the question. We cannot be pointing the finger and say, oh, Peter Obi, you should have done it like this. You should have. Are you not a Nigerian too? Are you not affected by it? We cannot keep pointing the finger at the only person that is doing the opposition, that is even speaking up. He goes to the IDP camp. How many of us knew how many IDP camps were in Nigeria? The man shows up there. He's he's talking to them. He's engaging with people. He's funding healthcare centers, funding nurses, going to different schools, funding them. Oh, because he's not talking and saying, yes, well, if we don't do this, we're going to. The man has come out and said, if they don't count our vote, you'll be counted. You know, a lot of us know the struggle that this man is going through. So he has even said it and alluded to it a countless number of times, that if he tells us what he's going through, at a time they cloned Peter Obi. They cloned him so that they can pin something on him. What are we doing? I think it's time for us to stop looking at one man that we think is going to be a savior, and we take it upon ourselves, because the country belongs to all of us, right? And do our own in our own little corner. There's a protest coming up in Washington, March 2nd. There's one coming up June. How many of us are going to make the sacrifices to fly from wherever you are to be counted and say, yes, there's a lot going on in our country? There are people attending hearings. The genocide in Nigeria, attending hearings as we speak, took time off work to go and listen and do that and be part of it. This is what I'm talking about. I'm not here to criticize anyone. I'm not here to tell anyone, oh, you know, this is what you should be doing. I'm just putting the word out. Before I come to you, Jagun, please, I have to come to ID. He has been waiting. You will speak, but I have to give ID the turn to go first, okay? Let me land on this point. All of us, again, have work cut out for us. We cannot continue to point at Peter Obi and say, oh, why is he not doing it? Oh, I don't believe in him. Okay, you don't believe in him. Do your own now. Do it. Nigeria is a tough place to live in. Go there and go and do what he's doing. Sowore, how many times did Sowore go to Nigeria, try to protest? Criticize him all you want, hate him all you want. You might not like his methods, but he's there. He's putting his money where his mouth is. When Sowore started, who knew Sowore? So it's not enough to say, oh,
you should really allow me to come back.
No, Jagun, you will wait.
No, I won't. I will follow your program. But really, because you put a lot on me.
Yeah, you will wait. You will so take notes and then you respond. I will give you time. Now here we did. ID, please go. I beg you. Say you get audio for us.
Let me play this.
Came the other day at 1.5.
I'm coming.
I am sending a direct message to him. It's a new Sharif in town. He cannot come to Edo without telling me. Because his security will never be guaranteed. Whatever happens to him when he's in Edo State, you will take it. I am serious about it. He came the other day and donated 15 million. Somebody will say no.
That is the voice of the governor of Edo State, sounding like a motor parked out in Balogun Market. So the assassination attempt that happened today, the primary suspects remain Governor Monday Okpebholo, and it is what it is.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
My brother, I think we have to realize that we are all Nigerians, and we should not wait for any leader to always say, oh, let's lead the way. You can be the leader. I'll give you an example. In 2013, when I was in school, right, I always noticed that the guys were complaining of football shoe. I know this is a small, but it was also an impact. They were always complaining, but they never went to the appropriate quarter to say, oh, we need shoe to be playing football. They were using their barefoot. I was also a footballer then. What did I do? I went out, started speaking, and said, we need football shoes. And before you know it, I started first. My friend joined me. And before you know, that protest became a big protest in the school. If I was waiting for, say, okay, my coach, my goalkeeper, my this, it would have not happened. The thing is, we must take the motto of leadership by ourselves. When me and Chief Tony Inahoro are from the same area in Edo State, I remember when he gave us story time that, look, leadership, you will not be inside your house and somebody will come and, pick your hand and say, let's go have a new Nigeria. He said, you have to go out and fight for it. And people of like minds, they will join you. So this better new Nigeria or new Nigeria, it's not about Peter Obi. I keep telling people every time. The mistake they make is they always trying to treat it as a Peter Obi project. No. We have different presidential candidates. We have a Donald Duke, for instance, a fantastic guy. It's not even about that. For me, in my corner now, what I'm doing is simple. Telling my people the need for them to vote. If everybody like that dedicate themselves to their words, to their political unit, and say, you know what? We want to take our time and build this thing. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And go deep down to the grassroots. We'll get it right. Okay? And also, which is also very important, this is very important. The Nigerian system have been built in a way to always discourage people and say, you know what, oh, let's just forget about it. We used to have IBB as the leader of Nigeria. If the lives of Nadeko, the Bola Iges of this world, the Nahuros of this world, even this our president, if you are saying, you know what, the IBBs were very powerful, they have the guns and what have you, let's just keep watching, maybe one day. No, they fight for it. And I keep telling people, this era of the AI is even more easier for Nigeria to be better, because we can get information faster, legitimately, and originally than the people in 1986 or 1992 ever had. So, my brother, we don't need to wait for any leader. It's like a division of labor. If you believe in revolution, fine and good. If you believe in that, brace up, keep showing up. You will see Nigerians who have the same ideology as you, and they will follow you. If you believe that electoral law will take Nigeria out of this present system that we are, fine and good, keep showing up. You will see Nigeria with like minds and join you. That was what happened to Peter. So we must see Nigeria as our project. We must see it as our own. We must see it as, I am part of this thing. I want to join and develop this. The Europe that all of us are running today, the Europe, the America, and whatsoever, people fought for it. People laid their lives down and fought for it. So we must lay down our life and fought for it. Like me, I'm already telling my people, look, it's going to be a tough election in 2027. And what do? We get tougher. And if other people like this have this mindset and say, you know what, we must get it right, it will happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dragon, you have the floor.
I thank you. You know, Omoye, my sister, I know that my speech triggers you a lot, but you shouldn't allow it to do so. What you have said to
It
me,
does not trigger me a lot, please.
please allow
Don't
me.
say that.
Allow me.
No,
Please
but
allow me.
don't use those words.
No,
No.
I can only use the words I have.
You cannot say you're not me, so you cannot
Exactly.
impose.
This is exactly the point.
You cannot.
Wait. Allow me to
Dragon,
expand. No, that's unfair, my dear.
No, you will respond, but you cannot say your speech does not trigger
My
me.
speech. I'm saying my speech triggers you a lot.
Your speech does not trigger me. I'm just
okay. Let me ask you this question. And let's be calm, please. Let's not do this thing where
I'm calm with you. You just said you use words
It's not
that
every
I
word.
have to respond to. You cannot say
Okay,
your
that's
speech.
the same with me when you were speaking. It was the same. It
No,
wasn't
it's
that I
not
wanted
the
to.
same. I'm
It's
just
the same, my
correcting
dear.
you that your
What it is,
speech
what
does not
what it is,
trigger
if you
me.
would allow me
You can
upon your
say,
platform,
no, Jagun,
upon your
please listen.
platform.
You can
Oh,
say, I do not agree with you. Not your speech. What is about your speech that triggers me? I'm just saying that we all have a role
I
to
tell you,
play.
why. Okay, allow me to say
Don't
this.
say that your speech does not trigger me. Please go ahead.
I beg to differ. But what it is that you made things very personal to me, and I made nothing personal to you. You as much as you know me and you see me on this program, you don't know me. You don't know what I'm doing. You don't know who I am. You just have no idea. So to put it upon me, what are you doing in the way you did? I take umbrage because you don't know. I tell you what I'm doing. I tell you. Right now, between me and a little team, we are writing about a revolution and how we're going to collate it. That's what we're doing. I am long in the tooth. I'm not a small boy. I'm not an idiot. I don't want you to take me as such. My critique of an individual that you love so much is not because I dislike him. It's because I've seen the moves of a politician that is not answering the question of the masses. And he began with a mass behind him. 2023, I was sure this guy is going to win, hands down. It didn't happen. We know why it didn't happen. What was worse, in my opinion, was that throughout the years that have gone by, he did not put up anything called opposition. Instead, he went to join a bunch of idiots, snakes, his own enemies, people that are strictly against him. How do we know it was not ADC that tried to kill this man? How do we know? The way you take my speech, I always have to take some umbrage because we're not arguing. I'm not
Can we
arguing.
focus on the solution?
I
Leave Peter
am.
Obi out of it.
It's a
Please,
shame that
let's
you're not allowed.
focus on the solution.
What it is
You
that
can say it triggers me. Okay, I accept it
no,
triggers me.
no.
Can we find this?
What you're not allowing is for me to express myself. You are sure.
You have expressed yourself and you continue to express yourself, Jaguar. I'm not
See,
holding you.
I couldn't say
I'm
this with
just
him.
saying, let's
You
focus
see, when you were
on
speaking, when I wanted to interrupt, you said I wanted to say no. It's not like that.
you cannot.
Wait.
Listen, I'm the host of the show. I can
Indeed,
interrupt
but
you. That's
yeah,
the
but
difference.
we don't
But
need
what
to
my
argue.
point is, when
But
you
we don't need to
use
argue.
when you use a word that does not apply to what I'm
Ah,
saying, you
you
are making
disagree.
it personal right now. I'm
No,
saying let's stay
madam.
on the issues.
Be honest. Be honest with me.
Oga, let's stay on the issues. My own problem now,
This is
we
the
need
issue.
solution to the Nigerian problem. You
Do you know
don't tell
what?
me now, say you have a group and you people are working on revolution. That's a good one. How about
No,
sharing it
but
so
you
that
see, you
people
took that
who
away
have
from me. You
can
took that away
join?
from
I
your
didn't take
speech.
it away from you. I had
You
to
did,
call
madam.
you out on
You
it
you asked me.
before you said what you were
You
up
told
to.
me it's easy
That's
for me to
what we
point the
need to
finger.
be doing. We need to hold everybody accountable because you mentioned about the diasporans, right? And I said, what are we all doing? What are you doing? When I say, what are you doing? Why come you're taking it wholly on yourself? You're not the only one in the studio.
What are
Why
you?
did
What are you?
nobody else say that,
What
oh,
are?
I think you are talking to me personally? I'm talking to all of us, Jagun. You are not
Okay,
understanding.
okay,
I'm talking
fair,
to all of us. So
fair.
please, let's stay on the issues. We need to solve Nigeria's problem. What are
You
you
see,
bringing to the table? Leave Peter Obi alone for once.
no. We have to speak our speech. I can't speak your speech.
You can speak your speech. I'm not holding you, but not remove Peter
You
Obi.
they hold me, madam, or you they hold. You need to listen to this
I
again.
don't hold you. I know they hold you. I
All
say
right, let me
remove
speak.
Peter
Let me
Obi.
speak
Peter
without
Obi they do
interrupting.
it. Waiting you they
Therefore,
do. Waiting
okay,
all of us they do. Let's bring it to the table. Now that one I want me we focus on.
no.
They
Therefore,
almost tied the man today because of all the opposition when they do. Waiting
it wasn't me. It wasn't.
tell us
It
what
wasn't.
you they do.
It wasn't me.
We not say not be you. I be you now. You
But
send people. We not say not be you.
my sister,
Yeah.
please don't let us argue. I really don't want to
argue with you, Ajagun. Talk
I get two words in. I get two words in, and you're there. I get two words.
Solution, I beg. Oh yeah, I don't mute. Talk your own solution.
Eshe, now listen. I can only speak the way I speak. I can't speak the way you speak. I can only express myself in the way I'm expressing myself. If somebody hasn't got the courtesy to listen, that's another thing. So, as you told me to be quiet, it's not that I wanted not to be quiet. I want to listen to what you got to say, but I just wanted to enter in. You see me, the way you've entered in, but not with what you have to say, what I have to say. Since it's now nearly 15 years ago, I was in Japan, and I was able. This is during Jonathan's time. I was able to have a strong group of Japanese businessmen put down $1 million at first for me to enter into the cocoa. And then because I came with a big package, they were introducing me 100 million if this cocoa goes well. I've kept up to today, I have my association with them. Right now, I'm in England from Spain. And me coming from England to Spain was a lot to do with that business that I was doing. I can't take their money to go and run revolution. The reason why they were going to invest in me was for all the projects that I had in Nigeria. I have a lot of projects in Nigeria. People don't know who I am. I'm just a voice. And I like being a voice because I've got things to say and things to contribute. Hardcore. Not no flim flam. When I look at Nigeria, it's a country of flim flam. We lost that contract. However, all of the candidates, all of the business people who were looking to invest with me, I still have all of them. All of them. I can still go back and get that money. You understand? Now, I'm saying this to say, I'm not an idiot to be spoken to in the way you spoke to me. I'm somebody who is conscious. And I don't know why you can't hear my consciousness. And I believe it's all down to emotion. I'm an emotive person, but I have intelligence with my emotion. So what I'm speaking to the truth of the position of Nigeria. Unless we understand how Nigeria is, for whatever we say to each other, if we can come to a point of agreement, I put it to you. I also put it to you that if somebody's running revolution in Nigeria, I'm going. Especially the kind of revolution that I'm thinking of. Revolution isn't always violent, especially if we have our hands on their neck. It's not always violent. It can be, and we should be prepared for such. However, that's not what I'm not speaking about a violent revolution. I'm talking about people taking their power back. I also gave you the underlinings of where I feel factors will be difficult for Nigerians to have a revolution. Largely, our people are docile. This is why there's no revolution taking place. This is why. For me, me and you, we don't need to have the kind of communication that we've had for some time. And I realized that Peter Obi is your trigger. If you dare speak differently about Peter Obi without being an obedient, you're already a spoiled individual. And I think that's a shame because, as you said, we're all individuals and we all have our part to play. Part of what we have to play, because I'm not going to do a revolution without no common sense or without a plan. I'm not going to do that. The people who have galvanized recently in order to project something new, project a novel idea, all I put out there is that there should be no 2027, which one person on this platform agrees with. Now, given this, the opposite of no 2027 is to have another 2027 and to have another 4 years of wasted time. God knows where that will bring us in terms of the world and how the world is presently operating. We, as Nigerians and as Black people, are soon to be re-enslaved. But most of us don't understand that. We don't understand the desperation of the West and what the East is up to. We don't understand. We have no idea. You know, I've been thinking about Nigeria for a lot longer than you have, madam. It's not just because of my age, it's because of my consciousness. I have a deep consciousness for Nigeria. Deeper than most people that I come across. I told you, in this country that I'm living in, my family, my friends, and the environment in the UK about speaking about issues concerning Nigeria are waning to the point of zero. They've forgotten about the country. You asked, have I been on any campaigns? I've been on all of them, madam. all of them. I can show you videograph. I've organized campaigns within this country myself, madam, if you need to know. These aren't the things to be spoken about. The things to be spoken about is what we can agree upon. Because if there are 10 things and we can only agree upon 3 of those things, that is a start. If there are 10 things and we can agree on none of them, then we remain where we are, nothingness. And I object to having this kind of discussion with you just because you're triggered, just because you don't understand what somebody else is saying, or you feel that somebody is coming from nowhere, just opening his mouth. I don't need to do that. I really don't. I come on your show because as I knew who you were from Dr. Damages. The passion that you had was similar to my own. Whenever you came on that show and I saw you, there was a glimmer of light for me. I'm not here to put darkness into your space. I'm not here to do that. But I'm not here to be belittled. I'm not. And for me, you are belittling me without knowing who I am. Very unfair. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Number 1, Oga. Since you call me madam, Oga. Again, I go talk am 3 times. Oga. Clearly, you were talking about emotions, but you're the one with all the emotions. It just played out.
I said so.
That's what you said, and you
Yes.
said you have intelligence with it. Okay, now me at the Olodo with it. I accept.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's a subtle jab. That's okay.
No,
I
no,
take
no,
it,
not
let
at
me
all.
pick it out. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Take
Let
it,
me talk.
madam.
Please,
Take
let
it
me,
as you please.
please, I've taken
Take
it
it
now.
as
I
you
say yes. You say
Because you're arguing for arguing's sake.
Okay. All right. You are not arguing for arguing's sake. No problem.
No.
Take that one. Now, the other thing, you personalize everything that I said to you. You made it personal. You made it about you, which wasn't the case. Okay. When I'm making a statement here, it's a general statement. I said we all have a role to play. Everybody must be involved. Everybody has something cut out for them that they need to do. You said your angle is revolution. I'm like, okay, start it wherever you are. You don't have to wait for anyone to start it. Start it wherever you are, just like any one of us here. So it's not about you, sir. You don't know me either. The same way I don't know you, you do not know me, right? No. If you're doing what you're doing, good for you. That's what we all need to be doing. There's no need for you to be feeling any type of way about what I'm saying. When right now, the biggest problem we have is Nigeria. We are losing lives every day. For me, that's my biggest concern. That is my frustration. You said that Peter Obi is a trigger point for me. If Peter Obi is not my husband, I don't understand. Peter Obi is not my husband. He's not my boy. He doesn't even, we don't know, I don't know him. He does not know me. I just want to see a working Nigeria. By the way, I don't even identify as an obedient. I identify as one who wants to make, I'm desperate to see Nigeria work for every one of us. I'm not interested in who the candidate is. If it was somebody else in Peter Obi's shoes right now, or who had everything with all the energy and all of that, and is a different person, I will support. What if Peter Obi did not come out this election? You think somebody else would not have come up? That's what it's about. So when I speak what I'm saying here, it's not about you. It's never about any one person. Nigeria is bigger than all of us. I'm concerned because every day where I come from, people are dying every day in Edo North. Every single day. I carry that burden. I'm sure a lot of us carry the same burden. So when I speak, don't make it personal. It's not about you, Oga. Okay. It's not.
Can I ask you a question?
No, please.
I
let you go
Let's
on.
Discuss now. Make I ask you a question.
The second thing, no, you can't ask me. I have not given you that permission to ask me. So please, let me land my thoughts. Now, you also mentioned that you met me on Dr. Damages. There was light. I've been on so many platforms, not just Dr. Damages. Whether you see light or what you choose to see, that it not concern me. My own be say, is Nigeria working? How is it going to work? That's my own. If you are doing something and you know what you are doing, then fine, focus on it. My own thing is not to come here and focus on any one person. I see what Peter Obi is doing. As we speak, as at now, Peter Obi is the only one that has the solutions, that is walking and talking. Every other person is not. You said he joins the snakes and the lizards and the gizzards and the rest of them.
Lou.
Yeah,
that was going to be my question.
He has every right to join whatever he wants to join. Because if he's going to be president, he's going to be president over the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you don't have to like everything the man does.
Not at all.
What Tinubu is doing right now, there's hardly anything you can like about it. We have a demonic entity as government. That's a huge concern. And that's what every one of us should be focusing on and trying to make sure we find ways around it. People have come up here and have said, hey, guess what? I don't, I believe in revolution. I just feel like there's no point for us to go into an election. Fine, do your own revolution. We'll catch up with it. Maybe when your revolution is blowing up, Ibi said he agrees with you. If the revolution called a cash fire, we go switch. Because guess what? Now how it go take good now all of us they find. But you also have to bear in mind that the demonic entity that you have running Nigeria right now is ready to rule over ashes. You have to be ready. You have to prepare your mind for that. If you're thinking of a revolution, the man is arming his terrorists all over the bush. They just got new drones. And
you're making all my points. You're making all my points.
No, it's not about making your points, Jagu.
No, it is. You see, as I said, if there are 10 things, fair enough. Okay. If there are 10 things, as I said, and we can only agree on 3, that is a start. And when I go all over not social media, but platforms, Nigeria platforms that are speaking on our issue, 3 things cannot be agreed upon. That is what I find. And when I find that scenario, I find that this is not conducive for a revolution. We can't lead when we can't agree. There has to be, nobody can do it by themselves, which is why I have a small team and we're just trying to figure this thing out. But we are in concert. We are in agreement. We are putting our mind into one direction. And we are going to come out with a paper and we're going to launch that paper. The thing is, whether it's successful or not, all I'm saying is I'm doing mine, just as you are supposedly doing yours. I can belittle your channel, but that's not in my mouth. I don't want to do that because you said about me. I don't want to, as you said, I don't want to make this personal.
You can belittle the channel. It doesn't concern me. It doesn't affect me.
I'm not going to do that. I need you to listen to what I'm saying.
Way.
And I don't argue for argument's sake now. I said I'm not.
Same here.
I'm not arguing. Can you not see that I'm not arguing?
Me too.
I'm putting my case. And this is the Niger thing that we do. I'm putting my case.
No, not me and you. You are doing the Niger.
That's what we did do. That's what Nigerians behave.
No, that's how you behave.
We know. Okay, you see. Okay. Your emotion there again.
No, you have the emotions right now.
Madam, it's okay. Let the next person speak.
Yeah, Oga. Yeah, thank you. So who get their hand up? Who ready to talk now? EB, idea, you guys, maybe not don't sleep.
No, I'm here. I mean, I've just been listening and enjoying the back and forth.
Jumping.
Okay, so I think we can all underline something, right? It's the fact that we all want Nigeria to work. That is constant. So whether our methods are different or how we say things are different, the underlying thing is that we all want Nigeria to work, and we can all agree on that, right? What I would say though is, and thank you, Sister Omoye, for something you said about, you're not obedient, as it were. You are all for whoever it is that can, you are all for seeing the nation work. And even if it were not Peter Obi that came out 2023, if it were someone else that came out that is credible and that can actually be a voice for the people, you would support the person. And I absolutely agree. I agree on that as well. I think one of the things that we must point out is the fact that a lot of us Nigerians are expecting Peter Obi to fix the nation. I really must echo that. And that's the reason we are where we are. We've left everything to the guy. Okay, what is Peter Obi doing? Right? In fact, actually, it's interesting. Just today, I saw some. We have a lot of skit makers and comedians on YouTube these days from Nigeria, right? And one of them was saying something about, if Peter Obi won't win election, no be all this one, though. You guys bribe people, you guys rig, so that they win election for Nigeria, all this thing, and that. And I was like, you see the mentality, right? So
exactly.
How can you change a system by playing the game based on the same rules? It doesn't work. So if you were to rig the election tomorrow somehow, and then it gets into power, what does it become? There is no way you can get into power through an illegal means and you think it would do something legal. It doesn't work that way. I mean, the same Peter Obi has said many times there, the way a person comes to power is more important than what they do when they come to power, right? So I think there's a great mentality shift that needs to happen. Again, like I said, what I think we can still do right now that won't involve a lot of pie is still putting pressure wherever we live, especially diasporans. Reach out to your, I don't know what it's called,
representatives,
your
your
representatives, exactly. And let's
Yeah,
try to mount as much pressure as we can. And if all of that fails, then we're left with no choice than to actually get on the streets. But I absolutely applaud everybody doing something, from Sister Omoye to Jagun. Thank you for also sharing the things that you're doing to help push the struggle forward. I absolutely appreciate that. And again, to everybody listening that might be doing one thing or the other, thank you for your efforts. It's a long journey to freedom. It just doesn't come that way. It takes a lot of struggle. It takes a lot of consistency.
it's a marathon.
It
Definitely.
is. So, but that's all I have to say. Thank you guys for all you're doing. I guess I would just be mute again and keep listening to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Eden, would I be like say you don't sleep? Oh, are you still there? Because I know the difference in time.
Yes, well, it's for him. It's going to 6. For me, going to 5.
Oh, that's you're in Spain. I think he's somewhere in Europe.
I'm in London. I'm in London. He's in
Oh.
mainland Europe, which is an hour ahead.
Okay. All right.
Let me say this, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know me. I know myself. I know myself in terms of I rub people up the wrong way. I do it a lot, and it's not necessarily purposeful, but again, because of passion and experience and maybe rough language. I have rough language. I can be very, like our brother who just spoke, Ibi. He's got a beautiful accent. He speaks clearly and he's measured. Sometimes me, I'm not measured though. I just say it as it is. I get that from my mother, who is very much like Omoye. To be honest. What it is that this word called love is a funny word. Many of us don't know what it means. Many of us practice it and fail, and we are dejected. I don't know how to say it even properly in the sentence I'm trying to make. Love is needed among us. Love is needed among us. And I think that there is a love within the Nigerian space, at home and abroad. However, love, what I'm trying to speak about is love is deep. It's patient and it's painful. And without love, there is little understanding. When love begins to wane, there is little understanding. I'm saying this because I contain a lot of love and care. And I'm not making it personal. This is not a personal to Soji Adamo. No. Love is, we need it. Seriously. Patience, I tell my people that I'm out of patience. So I ran out of patience at least 10 years ago, if not more. I ran out of patience. The only thing that allows me patience for another 2 days is the people I interject with that have love in them. And that love that I receive is something that adds to my level of patience that I take with other human beings who are suffering in the same way I'm suffering from whatever ailment that they are suffering. I'm saying this for us and the way we discuss. Us, not me and you, us, all of us Nigerians, Black people. Anytime I'm in a platform with Black people, man, the thing where Oyinbo man no go say as insult.
I beg, I go interject.
Okay, ma.
I beg, Jagun, you know, go come they talk as Black people. Oh, they try to put Black people down now, unacceptable.
No,
They compare how Black people they communicate with Oyibo people. I no go agree. We go fight. No.
Unfortunately,
We they communicate differently. We need to learn how to communicate with ourselves. We know they compare us with Oyibo. I beg.
No, listen to me, please. Please, Omoye, listen to me.
I know, I did listen to you, but this comparison when you want to make so.
No, it's not a comparison.
Black people,
please listen.
Black people. I beg, I don't want time, please.
No. You're not understanding me, Omoye. Have patience.
I have patience.
Okay, please let me finish.
I don't want that comparison. That's all. Thank you.
That is not the comparison. I'm saying to you, I'm saying to us, not you, us, that I'm online sometimes with Black African Americans. And the way they communicate with us Africans and the way they communicate with themselves is the thing that white people would say about us, that they themselves are saying. And when I come across
that, who cares about that? Please, who cares about? I did tell you, so I don't want to hear comparison. Black people with Oyibo. I don't want to hear.
What did you understand from what I said? Tell me, okay.
You make me understand. Make me understand what you did talk, because I did hear comparison. Black people communicate. Africa, the way they think is the way they think about what did that want me break it down? Not go school where na night school I go. Tell me like 10 or 2-year-old you they talk to. I beg, calm down.
Oh no, wow. Can I ask if my brother, did you understand me or were you following? Am I making any sense?
I'm following, but I would like to see where you're going with that conversation, though.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah.
Let me do this for us. We as a people are on the bottom. I think we can agree upon that.
No, we not they agree. I not agree on that one.
Okay, what do you agree upon? What do you reckon? Okay, fair enough. What do you think? Okay, fair enough. Where do you think we are?
Now you they talk now. Me just they disagree with you. Say we not the bottom. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, if you're okay, I hear your disagreement. I hear your disagreement.
Put us down for here now. We get waiting with the fight. We they fight more stuff for us. We they fight more stuff.
Is it? You see,
how many fights you want fight?
For me, is it communication in pretense that we desire, or is it a communication in
I
levels
don't
of
know which
honesty?
communication they try to describe. Which one be communication in pretense? What did that one mean? I beg. Who
What it
sabi that
means, what it means is that we can communicate politely, but never hit the mark of our issue.
Nobody does that here. I have not
I
even
see.
done that with you. I've not communicated in pretense. Hence, you have used emotional. You have used. I'm talking down on you here. That will not be me communication in pretense now. Talk,
So it means that it means that you understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand. You are making a point, but you are making a comparison. Me, I don't want that comparison. But
Okay.
they talk, may not be like say I not let you talk. Talk. May I mute?
Now wow. Now wow. Anyway, my brother, my sister, audience, listeners and viewers, all I'm saying is that we're not going forward anywhere with enmity. We're not going forward anywhere without agreement. We're not going forward anywhere without love. I'll end it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That one, of course, I agree with you 100%. We know we'll go anywhere if we dey fight. Yes, we know they go anywhere if we dey throw jabs at each other. Words like we are bottom, we are this thing. We will not go anywhere. I agree with you, Jack. Thank you very much. I agree with you. Not be fight, not be quarrel.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you let me interrupt a little bit, though.
Go ahead.
And this is just trying to play the devil's advocate. I really would like to understand what Jago meant when he said that word bottom. As I was really trying to know where you're going with that conversation. Is it bottom as it relates to where our political system is right now, or in a different sense?
You know, we're in the diaspora. And being in the diaspora, for many of us, I came to Europe when I was 3 years old. And every year, throughout my junior days, every year we went back home. So my connection with Nigeria is strong. My memory of Nigeria between 1 and 4 is strong. It's stronger than my memory of 2 weeks ago. I say this just to say this. I have seen our desperation all over the world. I've seen us work 3-4 jobs. I've seen when I'll come home in my adolescence, in my when I was 19, 20, 21, those kinds of ages, I would see shadows of my mothers and aunties going to work to clean Oyinbo man's toilet. Those people have lives, sweat and tears before they came to see the horror that was London. Those are our black people. They were shown the worst thing of London. They strived to come through it, and they did well. They did anything. They sweated. I saw it. Economically, we're at the bottom, is what I am trying to put across, and I don't want to pretend about it. Me personally, the businesses that I've been involved with after leaving corporate London, I was corporate London for a good 20 years. If that, I don't think it was even that long. I began working for myself. 25 years, I've not worked for anybody. I've got my own money, hard money, good money, but not millions and zillions. You understand? I don't work right now. I'm still running a business. I have an illness that I'm recovering from. So that's why I'm not working. And I love the fact that I can just leave work altogether financially. But I follow world economics. I've been to the Far East, many countries. I've been to the West, many countries. There's nothing like home. Nothing like home for me. I believe if we take the right economic steps, we can be one of the top 3 economies in the world. I believe that, and I strive towards that, and I look for partners who are engaged with that pursuit. Looking at Nigeria, as terrible as it is right now, we were the 6th country that added to the global GDP last year. Even the way it is, Nigeria has, as the Financial Times put it, an elastic economy, which is to say that when it stretches and stretches and stretches, instead of it to pop, burst, and everything fall down, it recovers itself. And I've been watching, this is a report that came out in the Financial Times 30 years ago. I read this. It was a whole 3-page story in the Financial Times. In reading it, I really had an understanding of Nigeria and what God has gifted us. But you see, without love, there's no appreciation. There's no understanding. There's just noise. Noise. Everybody wants to be the most important. When we're at the bottom, not as Nigeria, as Black people. That is where I was going. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I understand the idea of what you're saying. Maybe I wouldn't say it that way, but
Sure.
I absolutely understand the exact thing you're communicating. Of course, economically, um, when it comes to even our social lives, right? And I'm not saying social lives as it relates to how people live their social lives, but what is prevalent in the nation right now, right? As it relates to is the education, health. We could go on and on, right? All of those things, yes, we could categorize it as being at the bottom, right? And based on that, I absolutely agree. There is no way I can push back on that. That's absolutely true.
That's all I
Uh,
was trying to. That's what I was trying to relay. I'm not. You see, I speak and I speak hard. You know, a lot of people think London is a place full of manners and cuteness. No, London is one of the roughest, realest places on this planet Earth. When I speak to Americans, they can't handle me because their sensitivity is too much. They want to cry all the time. And me, the way I can, if they're men especially, the way I communicate is harsh. They say, "Yeah, go and eat your tea and crumpets, man." And I'm thinking, look at this idiot. What are you doing in London anyway? What are you doing in London? You're one of those people that stole all the money and ran away to London, not knowing me at all, just presuming and presumptive comments, not having a real conversation. Me, I'm into realness, or I haven't got time for nonsense and weakness. People walking without backbone. I haven't got time for them. Why? Because I'm a Nigerian. And I know what Nigerians suffer. I know what they suffer. The issue with Nigeria, if we're honest with ourselves, I speak to my cousins. I have cousins on my father's side, highly educated, money backed. I asked him, did you vote? Vote care. Do you think you can vote in this country? Voting is useless now. I'm telling you what's going to happen, and they will break down what's going to happen. And largely, they're correct. However, they did nothing to assuage what was in their mentality. And then there are my cousins in the village in Niger. They have the beauty of the countryside. They live a luscious life based on what God gave them. They eat very well based on what they're able to grow. Fresh food, proper. When I'm in the village, it's better than being in Lagos for me. Much healthier for me. Much more love around. However, all of them are afraid. They're afraid of life. When I show them how to organize and get themselves together and be strong, they don't want problem. Familiar. That's what I'm hearing. And that's a crisis. Those that can do won't. Those that can do are fearful. How are you going to build something upon this? Me, I'm asking myself serious questions, though. I'm not playing flim flam out here. And I do make things personal because I'm involved. I am involved as a Nigerian. Madame took it as an insult that I said that when she used to come into Dr. Damage's show, I used to see a ray of light, somebody with passion. Somehow she turned it into an insult. I don't know what the man gonna do. I said, make we agree on one or two things. We are doing the one that we're not agreeing upon. These are ways that I am confounded. I don't know how to understand some of these practices. You know, when I began writing my revolution script with my group, which is the revolution is just no 2027. That's what it's about. You know, we had the opportunity to start 3 years ago, which is when I wanted to start. Nobody was with me, my brother. Nobody. It's only after all these years that we've now begun about 2 months ago. That's when we've begun. But the thing is, the people that I'm around and the people that we're doing this with are serious now. Nothing is easy. And nobody needs to tell me that it's not easy. I don't want to put my head above the parapet for nothing, not for nothing. I'm not going to do that. What am I going to do that for? Am I crazy? As I said, I have money. I'm living my life. I don't want to be in England. It's a crazy place. I used to live in Spain. It is another black person that got me to leave Spain, where I had already semi-retired. The money that I had leaving England to Spain is much more than I have now. And then the opportunities that I had whilst I was in Spain and what I was creating whilst I was in Spain, I was about to become as I said, I don't want to be personal or talk but it wasn't millionairehood I was looking at, it was billionairehood. And the money that we were dealing with didn't shatter me. I had Sony, Mitsubishi, one other company that was massive that were looking to back me. They just wanted to see how I had 200 delegates in front of me of the biggest companies in Japan. I set it all up. I'm not an idiot out here. I'm here. I can show you my face because I'm a Nigerian and you're a Nigerian. Otherwise, I'll be like this. I'm not here to boast about anything. I'm not here to, I'm not here like that. That's not my character, my speed. No. But I want to go home and spend the rest of my life there. Not only do I want to go home, me going home, I have a strategy for going home. I'll bring 1,000 people from England to come home with me. And they're not all Nigerian, but they all want to come home, as it were. But I was speaking about love because I have it. And I can speak about it freely because I'm a man. And if men don't know, we are the people that contain love, not women. Women's love is secondary compared to the love of a man, the love of a father. I've seen the difference between my mom and dad. My dad used to be strict with us all, but he used to speak to us in such a way that he's gone now. His voice is with me. My mother, on the other hand, she loved us. She did for us. She mother's love. It's deep. However, she didn't have patience at all. None. And she showed us when she was impatient, what would happen. If we look at our families, depending on how our family, because I know there are different levels of families in Nigeria, this is the beginning of telling ourselves the truth about how Nigeria is. Because the oppression doesn't start from outside, it starts from within the family. Many people can't be as honest as I am and speak these things because it corrupts, it irritates them, it triggers them, it puts them off. What is this man saying now? Then they want to be doing the to and fro all day long. Me, that's not the one. That ain't just. That's what Nigeria is. Why would we be doing that outside of Nigeria again? Have we learned nothing? I personally, I like to speak because I feel I've got a lot to express. However, I like hearing people's innards. I like hearing what people have to say, Najas especially. And the way Najas do this secret something where they know they talk, they know they announce anything, they know they share in the correct fashion because they have fear or suspicion or some other emotional idiocy going on. If we don't tell ourselves the truth, we tell ourselves lies. It's very simple. Without love, we don't do shit. If somebody who is of my kind of age, not even my age, if somebody's 30 and hasn't understood what love is, especially if they're Nigerian, then it's almost like we should just kill them. Because by that time, if you ever understood that you're living just by the grace of God, it's
Please,
almost like you should be.
no K word though. I beg you. No K word.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I wonder why they use Yoruba words, make announcement. The whole Nigeria go use paid these days. Funny. Anyway, that's me. That's me. And you see this level that I'm speaking, I like to hear people who can speak on that level because it's a deep level. It's something that we can galvanize and come together under. Why do Yorubas and Igbos have enmity? When I look under the, I'm seeing all this thing and it's like, why are you people speaking like this? And it's because we have no love. We don't have it. How are we going to become a nation with no love? How? You are, I'm asking a question. Please tell me. Please tell me. I'm not afraid to argue with anyone.
A few people just spied today in Nigeria. What has Tinubu said about it? Has anybody heard anything? Any comments from Tinubu?
As you said, he's a demon. He's a demon.
Yeah,
What
we need to focus on the disaster he's brought on us. Well, has he said has anybody heard anything? Ibi, did you hear anything about him? Did he come out to say anything? Because people have pied. There are people who have been sacked from their villages right now. Kwara State is under siege. Ondo slowly is getting under siege. So what is he doing about that, right? What is he doing about that? Meanwhile, he's borrowing. Meanwhile, we just found out that he paid the people that captured over 200 Christians, from a Christian school, and their principal, whatever, or their vice principal. They paid 2 billion to have them released in exchange of releasing one of the commanders of the terrorists. This is what we are dealing with. I beg. Well, and then on top of that, Tinubu's government continues to weaponize bigotry. He has paid all his influencers. They are just throwing bigotry up and down. Every small thing, Igbo. I don't understand. The government is sponsoring bigotry against its own citizens.
Well, Michael has just said something, and I totally agree with it. And I've agreed with it from the beginning. Because just to mention Tinubu's name, even though that name is a very disastrous name in historic terms, in terms of Madame Tinubu of Lagos, very disastrous woman. And now we have a disastrous politician with the same name. And the level, in my own village, they killed our king in Ondo State. I'm from Ondo State. They killed our king just like that. Then my cousin, who's the only person in the village who has arms, he's the only person because he's a hunter and he does things quite differently. They ran that guy down, knowing that if they can take him out, they would have the whole village. He ran and hid underground for 2 days. You think I don't know Nigeria? I know Nigeria in my heart. 2 days he was under the forest ground. They came and surrounded him, about 10 of them, not knowing that he was underground. And then they took off. It's lucky that guy, when he was young, he's younger than me. When he was young, he used to spend all his time in the forest. He'll go away for 3 or 4 days in the forest and he'll come back. He'll bring all levels of bushmeat back. He was the first person I saw to eat maggots, those big ones. What's in their chop now? He said, sweet, offering me. I said, no, thank you. You get me? He's a forest man. He's a different kind of human being, I'm telling you. And without him, that village is unsafe. It's unsafe because he's the only one who would. Because most people, they will not. They won't go and fight nothing. You can't. You can't. You know, people say I've taken us off the subject, and I apologize for that if that's what's happened. But I believe that this is still the subject because we have to find where we agree. We have to find where we can galvanize ourselves. Otherwise, there's nothing. There's nothing. And I don't know how clearer to make it. As Madame said correctly, it's not about me and what I'm doing or what I'm not doing. It's about us. And the us doesn't start from the diaspora. It starts from Nigeria. The only thing is the diaspora has to fashion agreement that we can lay before Nigerians and suggest that this is the way forward. Otherwise, I'm as dumbstruck as anybody else. As anybody else. Me more. Me more. I don't know. I don't know. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I would really like to hear from our brother Ibi. And maybe Madame Omoye would like to close. I would like to hear a closing statement as we have come together, if that's what it is.
Well, what more can we say? Yeah, I was actually listening very keenly to the things you were saying, and yeah, I couldn't agree more because I think where we are at right now in Nigeria is, I don't think there is a word to even describe the situation we're faced with. Because I know there's been so many words in the past that have been used to describe or whatever algorithm, whatever system of government we're running and things like that. But I think we've exhausted every possible word we could possibly find at this time. And one of the things that I'm particularly concerned about is really the mindset of the people. Because I know during this last election, in just the election that happened this past weekend, there was, and this interview was making the rounds. There was this lady that was interviewed, and she was asked why she was selling a vote, and she was like, and mind you, this is Ramadan season. Apparently, this lady is a Muslim, right? And she was asked why she was selling a vote, and she said, well, just to paraphrase, she was like, in any case, whoever is going to enter will be the person to enter whatever, and they really wouldn't care about the people. That she would rather just get the money and go buy some soft drink. At least she's going to enjoy herself and all that. And so when you think about that, and mind you, there are a lot more people with worse mentality than that in Nigeria. So when you think about the issue, it's almost like, where do we begin? Is educating the people really going to be the way out to make the people understand what politics is and how this affects their lives? And if that's the route to go, then where do we start? Because even when we think about revolution, honestly, there has to be a mentality shift. There has to be a mind shift, right? So we could think about, okay, we want to have a revolution and things like that. But if the people are not educated enough to understand the need for that, then I'm not sure how much progress we can, or how much success we can actually have from such a revolution. Because when you think about it, the challenge that Nigerians have had for the longest is the fact that when there is this kind of movement of, oh, let's go protest and things like that, a lot of people don't come out. And when I think about it, sometimes, is it because people don't understand that where they are right now is actually the lowest of the lowest? Or is it because people are just not educated enough to understand what a working system should look like as opposed to what they currently have? Or is it a question of when are we going to get to that point where people actually feel that, okay, something needs to change right now? Like, how do we define that for the average Nigerian? Because honestly, if we were to take a statistics of the population of the educated people in Nigeria, and this is me just throwing out a guess, I think it's probably going to be less than 30%. I really do think so. If we were to take a census of the number of people that are educated in Nigeria as a whole, I think
What
it
level?
might be less than 30. Okay, let's say maybe even secondary school.
Okay.
Maybe in the past 10 years. Looking at the fact that how many millions of children are out of school right now, they're in their millions, right? So if we were to take that population and then look at the over 200 million people that have education up to secondary school, I think, well, maybe to be generous, let's say like 40% or 45%. And to have a and this is just general education. We're not even talking about civic education. People understanding what politics is. People understanding how politics plays a major part in their lives. How many people are really educated politically? That might probably be like 20%. So I think the issues we have on different levels, and if a revolution is going to happen, honestly, education might actually be the first place to start. But how then do we get that education to the people? And I'm not saying a formal education like a school or whatever, but I'm saying people understanding how a system should work and what the government should be doing for you, as opposed to what the government isn't doing right now. Because until that happens, I don't think we can galvanize the number of people we need to make a revolution happen. Now, the other option, which I know a lot of people also have spoken about in other platforms, is can we just get some kind? And I know, again, nobody is conversing for having like a military, they
No.
always say the military reign rule is always worse than that. But I would hope that we can at least have some kind of military person that has a heart for the
Backing.
people.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Maybe that would be the other way out. But other than
Well,
this,
it's the only way. It's not the other way. It's the only way. You
it's the
can't
only
do it
way.
with. We can't do it without them. And what it is that you have to appeal to their common sense. If I can quickly
Correct.
try to answer your point on education, you are absolutely correct. And for me, if the revolution begins with no vote 2027, this thing can be itemized in English, in the 3 main languages, and enough languages under there so that people understand what's going on. Because you're completely correct. Without some level of communication that goes deep, because we want to raise everybody and give them the consciousness of why this is happening. And I'm telling you, with skilled people like yourself that we have in abundance in the diaspora and back home, it could be achieved. You see, all we have to do is put up questions like what you have just done. And then we begin to galvanize slowly. I wanted to start this as 2023's failure, which is when I wanted to actually start. As I said, I didn't find the people. They're coming now. I think it's late. But depending on when we can finish and start to build with other networks, this is where we are. This is where we are. But I'm telling you, my brother, every issue that you may think of can be answered because there's a goal. And because again we are in the diaspora and have an understanding of the way the world works, the goal is long term. So what happens in 2027 is one thing. What happens after that is another. What happens if we don't have a 2027 election? When do we bring a democracy or a system of governments that would make sense for Nigeria politically, economically, and socially? And bruh, I have my own answers. I'm sitting around a table with people who think differently but similarly. We will argue this thing out. We would argue it out and put forward our case when we come to an agreement. But without arguing, and hardcore arguing, or not arguing when you have to be polite for one person or the other and just to let it go. No. Argue. And me, if there is a point, I will take my argument to its nth degree. And I'm telling you, if your argument is more superior than mine, I'm joining you. I don't have an issue. I'm not built that way, where I have to hate somebody because of what they said. I'm not built that way. But, you know, this is what I'm saying. You ask relative questions, and you're able to ask those relative questions because you've already seen the writing on the wall. You've seen it. You understand what Nigeria is. You know that if whoever comes in ain't doing shit, whoever comes in. And why? Because of the way the system is. Sometimes it's not necessarily the idiot who's on top, or it's the system that won't even allow them to move. Because one thing that somebody's not going to do is to go through elections, become the president, and think that he's going to turn the country on its head. No way. There are too many factions that aren't going to allow it. They won't allow it. If we can't see that, I think we're all blind. And if we're all blind, there's no point. None. If we want to be polite, like many of us are with all this cute language, man, just go and sit down with your politeness taking us nowhere. Taking us nowhere. Speaking the best English ever, but you can't think. All the questions that you have, my brother, they're correct questions, correct analysis that you gave us, and I would want you to continue if we have the time. But to me, or what I've heard from you, I applaud. I applaud from when you came on to now. I applaud it because you're someone who can see clearly that it doesn't matter what Timwedes shout and scream about. It matters not to who? To Tinubu. Do you think that he cares? He's a bloodsucker. As I said, the Epstein files have just come out. We know in the West that clearly we're being run by devils. It's clear. But nobody's come out on the streets here too much. Nobody's come out. I don't know where you are. Did anyone come out in the streets? Nobody. So yeah, go on.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna add this. That no, actually, finish your thoughts first, because something.
No. I finished. I really have to finish. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was just thinking about, again, my mind is so focused on this 2027, and honestly, where I stand right now is that no one should vote in 2027. And speaking about that, honestly, I'm not exactly sure what the ADC is doing right now. I'm not sure what plans they have. I'm not sure if they're really preparing towards the 2027 election. But I honestly think the voice and the consensus at this time should be we are not going to vote in 2027. And I know this might be a little difficult for Peter Obi to do, right? Because again, I'm not sure what kind of inner conversations they're having. But if I were in Peter Obi's shoes, I would come out and make a very bold statement, knowing fully well that that election is going to be rigged, and there is no way these people will let me get to power with this current electoral system. I'm going to put out a statement and say, looking at what INEC has passed, or rather the judiciary has passed, knowing fully well that there's a lot of loopholes in this electoral system. Again, I'm going to make a very bold statement that I don't think Peter Obi is going to be able to make, right? But if I were in his shoes, I would say, I've decided that I will not be contesting in this election. And I am not encouraging any Nigerian to participate in this 2027 election because it's already rigged. Very short, very simple, and very impactful. And trust me, that statement can go a long way.
Brother, that statement there is a revolution by itself.
Exactly. and that's where I'm going. That's exactly where I'm going. But if such a statement does not come out, honestly, 2027 is just going to be a rigmarole. It's going to be just child's play. It's gonna be a waste of time. The ADC needs, because they are the only opposition right now. They need to put out a statement like that. And the thing with such a statement is, if Nigerians can pick that up, it can actually go global. The world
Yes,
will
man.
hear about it,
Oh my,
and a
bro,
change can happen right away. So me,
you're
I don't
deep,
understand. Honestly, man, I don't understand. Yeah,
brother. You're deep, brother. You're deep. You're a thinker. To me, you're a thinker. What you say in this, few people that I know with all the levels of intelligence, they don't say anything near it. Because why? They don't have their eye on what Nigeria really is. They don't have the eye. They don't. Just those short sentences you've made truncated everything I've said. I've been here speaking a lot. You've made short, sharp sentences. Your opening was fantastic. You know, me personally, I really salute it. You know, I'm not even thinking that he can make such a statement. However,
yeah,
however, if man will put that thing in front and he agrees, bruh, he's got the championship back. As far as I'm concerned,
yeah, yeah.
he's got the championship back. This is another reason why I will fly back to Nigeria. I'll fly back there and back that campaign.
Exactly.
That's, you know, Nigerian politicians. I don't know if you are observant of this. They always come with the wrong answers. And for me, it's a phenomenon. Sometimes the answer is simple, but they will do the abject opposite. And I'm wondering, what's going on? What is happening? I'm not a politician. I don't want to do the job of a politician. I'm a businessman, and I would like to get on with business. However, it'd be like, say, every Tom, Dick, and Harry needs to join politics, or maybe they see how they could do it.
At this point, yeah.
Homo. So we all have to be on side. And being on side means that we love our country and we love ourselves, for God's sake. You know, there's no other way, there's no other engine apart from the engine of love that can do it. And I know people don't understand this word love. Why is this person they talk love now? Is this Mills and Bloom? No, goodness sake. I'm talking that this is humanity. What you said, that if he made such a statement, it would go global. Do you know why it will go global? Because everybody now in the world is in the same position as Nigeria is in, one way or the other. Everyone in the world. Nigeria will be in front.
Where is Nnamdi Kanu? Please, can somebody tell me where Nnamdi Kanu is?
Where he is a shame.
Where is Nnamdi Kanu? Where is he currently?
I mean, I don't know how to answer, but I think he's in Sokoto, and where he is, if he's in prison, it's a shame.
Okay, that's exactly where Peter Obi is going to be. The Nigerian
If he said such a
government
thing.
yes, Nigeria as a whole hates the Igbos. If any person, especially Peter Obi, makes that statement, Ibi, you will come back here and say, oh, so what do we do about now? How do we, maybe Nigerians should rise up? That's what you people will be saying. You people never consider the context under which Igbo people live in Nigeria. You never think about that. Never. What I hear is, oh, Peter Obi should come out. The man has not made any comment at all. He's already a threat. There are already attempts on his life. We don't even know whether they've even put that poisonous substance that El-Rufai came out and confessed or said something that Nuhu Ribadu, they found him importing those types of substances in. We don't even know how close it is to the man. We don't even know if they're using it. They said they used some poisonous chemicals in jars recently, and they spied a lot of people. So sometimes when they talk about Nigeria and when we are talking about Peter Obi, can we also consider that the man is an Igbo man? There's no Igbo man that has stood up in Nigeria that was able to walk away freely. Never. At least till this very moment. If there's anyone, Mokuna tell me, Anyone that has come out and say, hey, this should be the right thing, I think we should do it like this, with audacity, and he says it. The man that spoke with all the audacity, and literally people can classify him as a prophet of everything that is playing out right now, that he already said. Where is the man? He's in Sokoto. What is a Southeastern man doing in Sokoto when what's his name? The person that did the same, that was fighting for his own people in the West, was released. He's freely walking up and down. Gumi is walking up and down. But Nnamdi Kanu is in Sokoto, locked up in jail. How many Northerners are locked up in the South? Please, when we are talking about, who should come out, me, I've said it again. When I talk now, some people will get triggered. Everybody has a role to play. If you want revolution, carry the placard with boldness and audacity. The way you want to say it, you to say it like that, let's see. It might have more impact with you. Heck, you might even be the leader that we needed, that we did not know. We'll be like, oh my God, he is the leader, and he has been coming to this my small platform to come and talk. We didn't even know. And he was very passionate when he was talking about it. I also know him in other platforms. Oh my God, you never know. You never know if we don't try it. We all have work to do. Simple and short. If Nigeria bad, it will rub off on you. If it good, it will rub off on you. Well, as much as some people don't want to feel like they're Nigeria, as long as you are in that geographical location, anything that happens there, you will be tainted. The stench of it will follow you. There's nothing you can do about it. So when we talk this matter, make we remember that one. This man business, they destroy him for Lagos. How many people stand up? How many people stand up? The man don't lose almost all the businesses when he get, all the businesses when they say he get for Lagos. When he
Who be that?
Peter Obi.
Sorry.
Did they not destroy? Did they not take it down? Whatever happened? Thank God the man is not a greedy man. He doesn't have houses all over the place. They would have bulldozed every house that year. So please, I want us to consider, as people of empathy, when we think about what Peter Obi or feel like this is what he should do, we should also put in context the unique position of the Igbo person in Nigeria, because we cannot pretend that we do not know. The man that came out with audacity today, he's in, they captured him from Kenya. He's in roasting away in Sokoto. Nothing has happened. Igbo is walking up and down. I don't want to repeat myself, but you get the drift. Let me yield for now.
Can I just respond to that? If that's
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was saying is, and I kind of used Peter Obi as the poster boy for saying this statement needs to be made. But what I'm specifically referring to is the ADC. And I think I did allude to that earlier. The ADC is the only opposition we have in Nigeria right now. So let's just imagine a situation where, and I'm not sure who exactly is their front person, but let's have a situation where the party comes out as a whole and puts out this statement for the public to be aware. That's exactly what I'm saying. So whether it's Peter Obi that has to front that, or some article or some other person within that ADC coalition, I'm saying that party as a unit needs to come out and be bold and say, because of this, because we know that this electoral law or whatever already has loopholes, we are not going to be participating in the 2027 election, and we do not encourage any Nigerian to. As simple as that. And then leave the rest to Nigerians. If Nigerians will rise up and do something, it's on them. If they wouldn't rise up to do anything, it's on them. But I do believe, and let me just land on this.
Right,
I do believe that statement will also get the attention of the world. I really, unless there's opposition, people are just not serious about being oppositions. But if they really are serious about being oppositions, this is what I believe and I expect them to be doing right now.
Okay, so Ibi, did you see the election, the Abuja election? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice that it was only Peter Obi that was campaigning full throttle the entire time?
True.
Okay. Did you notice that it was only one time that Atiku came out?
That's true.
Okay, El Rufai came out one time, right? And Amechi came out once
Yep.
or so, right? Okay. All these people are in ADC. But did you also observe that the people that were on ground, right, in Abuja, that they were mostly Peter Obi supporters?
Yeah.
The ADC people, a lot of them were not there. Even the situation room where polling unit agents and all of that, they were mostly Peter Obi supporters. They were not ADC. Do you know what some of their supporters were saying? A lot of their supporters, oh, it's obedient, they are candidates. Meanwhile, the person running for the AMAC chairmanship is ADC. They just happened to come with Obi into that ADC. They did not participate. They said, okay, some people claimed that Atiku donated some funds to the campaign or whatever, right? There was no effort at all whatsoever. Do you think that same group of people, because right now, a lot of people are saying Peter Obi should get himself out of that party because it is obvious they want to sabotage him from within. And you are also aware that Tinubu is sponsoring every bot in every camp, in every political party, to make sure that Peter Obi does not get a ticket to run in. And I made earlier a comment, and I'm sure you remember this, when I said that they have postponed the hearing for the unregistration of ADC in March. So please tell me, who in ADC is going to come out and make that statement? You forget, El Rufai, they don't throw him for inside jail. I hear say they write in book for jail. He just
Really?
Yeah, he's writing his book. They don't throw him for jail.
No, there's no that he's writing his book, that he's in jail now.
Yeah, he's in jail and he's writing. They say he's writing his book. That's the information. Somebody tweeted it, that he's writing his book. So I say this to say, who's going to come out? Who are we waiting for to come out? It can't be Peter Obi, because I've listed all the reasons why it can't be him. If we're focusing on the party now, the party has not shown that they are ready to win an election and to give the people the choice. They're not ready for that. Body language and otherwise. Maybe to turn around tomorrow, I don't know. But as we speak, today is what? Still Tuesday, right? They haven't done anything or made any effort or given an impression that they really want, the people's voice to win. Some of the obedience that wanted to be a part of that party, they frustrated the effort. Do you know that? The link that they had, where a lot of people were going to register, they decided that, it's a fake link. Peter Obi is single-handedly doing all the work. I don't know. I don't even know how that man does it, to be quite honest.
My sister.
So if they really meant well, if they really wanted, to what you're saying now, if they really, if we were working together, that's something that the Bolaji, secretary of the party, should have come out and made a very strong statement. But that's not happening. You see the problem? You understand where they come from, Ibi?
Fully.
Yeah.
If I may, please, I need, obviously, I know I've been speaking a lot and I apologize, but I need again to ask you a question and give you a reminder. Back then, when they were forming ADC and we saw that Peter Obi was about to enter, we had a discussion, you and I, very similar to the one we had today. It was quite unfortunate. However, I did underline that Peter Obi going there is a massive error, because the people around you can't trust. Nigerian politicians are lazy as hell, as we all know. Peter Obi is a worker. We saw what he did during the first campaign, 2023. The fact that he was distinguished amongst the lot of them, it was easily distinguishable amongst Igbos or Yorubas or even Northerners, saw the difference. He won the election, as we know. He was rigged out. Now, he's joined there, and I know that this is what's going to happen. It was the point of, but I didn't follow the election that just recently happened. That's why I didn't comment on it in my opening. But knowing now what you just said and having an understanding of how that election took place and those who were truly involved, those who worked hard and those who were hiding behind, you know, as you rightly underlined it, Peter Obi is enemy number one. So why would you sit amongst your enemies? You know that these people are just like Tinubu now. Atiku is Tinubu Hausa style. That's all.
Yeah.
Fulani.
So here's the thing. He's damned when he does, he's damned when he does not. I remember prior to this coalition, and mind you, he's part of the coalition doesn't mean he has joined ADC. I hope you guys understand that.
People say that, but I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
He's made that comment. So he's part of the coalition means he's in talks with them. He's working because he's working to the interest of Nigeria based on the conversations they're having. That is what that means. That doesn't mean he's fully a part of ADC. It just means that he's part of the conversations going on. Now, having said that, right? Now, I remember specifically all over social media, there were loud voices. The only way they can win is when they come together. The only way they can win the election is when they can come together, when the opposition can unite, when the opposition can unite. Okay? Meanwhile, in Labour Party, the demonic entity currently sitting as president in Nigeria was busy sponsoring Abure and his minions to frustrate every effort that they were making in Labour Party, to the point where people that were shallow-minded were coming out, not knowing what was going on, and saying, oh, Peter Obi is weak, like language we've been hearing here. He's weak. He cannot do it. Why can he not fix the party? Meanwhile, Tinubu is actively sponsoring these people to destabilize the party and to conjure up stories against this man. You have the state fighting against one man. Now human being, no, now blood the flow for him being, not be iron. He's not a iron man. Frustrate him. Abure is your turn is up. He not agree come out. Why? Tinubu says sit there, make it difficult for them. Okay? He now finds okay, I'm in talks with this coalition. We'll see where it goes. Oh, Peter Obi is taking his time. What is wrong with him? He feels he can do it alone. What does he think he can do it alone? He won the election, they snatched it from me. He could not do anything. Look at him now. The opportunity has come up. Let him even have conversation with them. The man said, okay, I will have conversation with them. And he has done that. And you can see the difference in his own, work ethics compared to the other lazy politicians that you described. You can work with your enemy with a long spoon. I'm sure you say you run a business. Some of us run businesses here. Some of us have jobs, right? When you're working in a company, there are people you do not like. There are people who you can call your enemies, but you work with them because you need to accomplish a goal. You cannot hold that man for anything. I'm sorry. He's doing the work of every single Nigerian in that country. So I do empathize with him. I do. Because I've never seen any politician in Nigeria with that level of ethics, work ethics. I have never. Peter Obi came and changed the game. For the first time, you saw an article coming on campaign ground and trying to talk to people. You saw an Amechi trying to talk to people. When has that ever happened? Is it not roasted corn to be eaten by the roadside? Or akara? They'll be frying akara. You have all the military personnel behind them. Let's cut this man a slack and focus on we should be discussing the solutions that we are bringing. That's what we should be discussing. If you don't want to talk about it, because I know some of us may be engaged in stuff that we cannot share, fine, let's continue to do that. If it's something that you can bring outside so that people can also be aware and join, so that you gather the necessary, the critical mass, like Dele Farotimi says. Whichever one you want to do. If you are talking revolution, start it with your people. Start to have the conversation. Let's continue to have this conversation. Dele Farotimi's take is, any person who's coming out for an election and does not tell us how he's going to match these people energy for energy is a waste of our time. That's where I stand. I dey raise my voice because I am desperate to see a working Nigeria, because it's very, very unfortunate what's going on in Nigeria. It was bad in my time coming up. I can't imagine what it's like for people right now, because it's definitely gone worse. It has gotten worse, So let's focus on what are we where we dey here, diaspora people, what are we doing? How are we engaging our own representatives to let them know, there's fire on the mountain where I come from. Please, that's what we need to be doing.
Sister me, if I may. I understand everything you said.
No, sorry, Soji, please. Let me let Ibi respond, and then you can come in. Ibi,
oh yes, very good.
Sorry, I don't want
chance that.
Yeah, I'll be sure so Jagan can speak. You're absolutely right. You're right. Again, as I say those things, I also say from the place of grace, because I know there's a lot more you would know once you put yourself in a race to run for a Nigerian presidency or whatever position. There are a lot of things that we would have conversations about that we might not know fully. It's only those that are really in that circle that would have a better understanding of the things that are going on, and all of the shenanigans as well. I honestly empathize with Peter Obi. And if you were to ask me what I think should happen, right, and this is just my personal opinion, honestly, like I said earlier, I'm an obedient. I want Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria. At least for where we are right now, is the best candidate. Of course, that is not to say Nigeria does not have better minds that can lead the nation. But for the situation we are in right now, Peter Obi is the best man for the job. But this is what I think. I honestly think that, because if Peter Obi were on this platform tonight, there's just one question I would ask him. Sir, knowing what the electoral laws that have been passed are saying, do you think that going for an election, you can win that election? That would be my question to him. And honestly, I think I have the answer, regardless of what Peter Obi might say, right? But this is my thing. At this point that we're in right now, I really do think that Peter Obi should probably just go relax. We are at the point right now where Nigerians need to be the one to take their nation back. And I know saying that might sound cliche, right? So what should Nigerians do? Should we do this? Should we do that and all that? You don't want people to be pied and all that. But for where we are at right now, I think that is what should happen. Because again, I'm still going to stand on the fact that no election can change Nigeria. For where we are in this moment, the elections will be rigged. And I'm not one person for just doing something religiously. Okay, there's election, let's go and vote. Okay, imagine, think about this, Amoye. Again, this is not to take this is not to come against the obedience movement or whatever, nothing like that. But the same obedience we began shouting late last year, rig and pie, rig and pie. I understand that. This Abuja elections were just was an opportunity for us to even test that out. But what happened? The election was rigged blatantly. No pieing happened. And I'm not saying pieing should have happened. I'm just saying the energy with which that statement was made almost seemed as though no one can ever rig this election. And I know Peter Obi also made a statement like that, which to me, to some degree, does not carry so much weight. When he said, whoever rigs the election will be counted. What does that technically mean? Right. So again, this is not me coming at Peter Obi. That's not the point. Again, I think the man has done in fact, he has done too much. He needs to go relax. I remember, I'm not sure Peter Obi had any gray hair prior to 2023 election. When you look at the man now, virtually his entire hair has gone gray. So I think the man is at a point where, and I'm not discouraging him from running, but I'm also being realistic. I don't see a way we can go into this election with what is on ground now and we will win the election. It's not possible. So let's start thinking about alternative methods. What else can we do? We did propose, like we said earlier, put pressure on your whichever state you're living in the US, UK, wherever you stay. Maybe we can put pressure that way and get external help. Or if Nigerians are resolved to actually get on the streets and do something. But other than that, I honestly don't see any other way out. And I'm not one to encourage people to go through the same circle again, knowing fully well that nothing is going to change. Should we really go vote in 2027? I don't have the answer to that. But
maybe I should put up a poll, actually. Let me put up a poll. Say that again. Should we really vote in 2027?
In 2027, yes.
Very good. Very good.
I'm going to play a short video. Somebody shared this with me. The ADC secretariat when it was attacked by thugs. I just want to, but I also want to put up the poll. Should we vote in 2020? I do agree with you, even though I share some of this, sentiments about the election, talk about the side effects of, a Peter Obi and the fact that he does all the work, right? I get what you're saying. And I do understand, because that's the question that I've asked. Like, should we even bother voting? Because Dele Farrow to me has even said it too. How do you vote in an election where it's clearly going to be rigged, right? And what has happened with the electoral act that they just signed, where they have just legalized rigging, what chance do we stand? These people have the monopoly of violence. We don't, right? So everybody's kind of up in the air trying to find solutions. So my eyes are monitoring what Dele Farrow to me is saying, because he's coming up with something, they're planning something, and I'm paying attention to what they are doing and how he's going on about it. So whichever one is going to work, my own, how Nigeria will take come up for this hold when we did, that's my own. A Peter Obi presidency is secondary for me. Right? At the same time, I'm not losing track of that, because I don't know which one is going to get us the required result. We might think it's a revolution. It turns out that maybe they're able to put action behind what they want to do in 2027 and we achieve the result. Wouldn't that be nice? That would also be nice. So we can work and chew gum. Everything can be happening at the same time. Let me quickly play this short video and then we'll go from it.
This is the ADC State Secretariat. See the injured. Look at this one that was injured. This is the ADC State Secretariat in Edo State, Okbelaka. We just received our dignitaries today. We had a Tikapi Olumide Akpata was decanted to the ADC, and Peter Obi was here live and direct to witness it. Just a few minutes after the event took place, the APC sent their thugs. They came in numbers with a unbranded vehicle with pop pressure. They were shooting. They destroyed vehicles. They destroyed this woman's vehicle. Look how they scattered everywhere. This is a woman who sets up in the secretariat. Look at that things that were destroyed. Is this the kind of state Modo Pueblo wants to present over? Look at this water destruction. They said the woman was shot on the neck. The woman has been brought to the hospital. They shot the woman on the neck. Many people were beaten and we are injured. Look at our DJ, the DJ who covered the event. You can see all his vehicles have been destroyed. They stole the laptop of the DJ. They scattered his phone and his laptop was stolen. And look at that, they were scattered everywhere. See, destroyed bottles. They came with guns. They said all of them were having pop on their house. And they were shooting sporadically in this venue. Look at this guy's bicycle. They stole his bicycle. Look at his leg. They beat people. Look at what happened. See, they destroyed what is here. See, this violence cannot allow to continue. The power up of the DJ we are taking. See, this is Edo State. and the power of opposition cannot be subdued. Everybody who wants to join the APC must be allowed to join. So we have the right to gather, we have the right to participate. Any form of intimidation and oppression that they are using in this state to oppress us will not be allowed to accepted. This is totally unacceptable. Nigeria cannot survive. We cannot be a one-party state, and yes, the government is seeking for 2.5 million votes, imaginary votes, by deploying thugs to hand and fight the opposition. See, Nigeria cannot be sustained in this manner. But the problem must get the message clear, and we will continue to stand our ground. Enough of this killing, enough of the shooting, enough of the destruction. Many people were distracted. Look at them, they were distracted. We are beating. It is only God that we tell. We have seen tyranny before. This is not the first time we see tyranny in this country. We have seen tyranny before, and we stand and resolve. Just imagine if we are still in this secretariat holding our meeting. 18 Peter Obi was here. Olumide Peter was here. Principal stakeholders were here, and yet they choose to unleash violence on us. We will not continue like they look at our chairs. People despise measurables immediately, and yet they say they want to sustain democracy this way. This way, we will going to stand against them. We will not relent. We will certainly not relent. We will going to stand. We will going to stand. ADC will going to stand. The other time, few weeks ago, they tried to burn this place down. Today, they release violence on us. Nigerians, please be aware. Please be aware. Please be aware what the APC in Edo State is doing. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you cannot say you're not seeing them. You can't say you're not seeing them because they are doing it for you. You can't say you're not aware.
How to articulate
Interesting. Do you mind? Can I speak?
Yeah, that's what happened in Benin. Yeah, for like 2 minutes, Jago. I gotta be wrapping it up now. I've been here.
No worries. No worries. I understand.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, for your comment upon the comments of EB, I beg your pardon. That's forgive me. I've mislaid your name. Forgive me.
No, you're right. You're right. It's EB. Yeah.
EB. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have to speak in his defense in terms of what he said. You know, he was speaking.
No, he's already made his point.
No. Let me just speak, please.
No, please. I don't want you to repeat because you are saying you want to speak in his defense. That means you're going to repeat what he has said now.
No, I'm going to do it with my word. It's okay. I'm not going to throw a bomb. I'm not throwing bombs.
I'm not saying I'm not. If you
and let me speak.
Channel now, me, I'm just saying I don't want you to repeat what you have said.
I'm not going to repeat.
You're saying that you agree.
I'm not. I'm going to say how I understood it, just the way you said.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
We can't fight every time I want to speak.
I say go ahead now. It's you that want to fight. Now I don't give you permission now. Go ahead, Oga. Thank you.
Thank you. Just leave me a minute.
I've left you now. Talk.
I'm going to speak. I'm going to speak.
Go ahead.
In not just defense, in my terms of how I understood our brother, my language is straightforward. I can't apologize after every sentence. All I'm trying to say, one was speaking hypothetically, and this hypothetical speech, it is part of thought process. It's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen, what he suggested. And I also follow a lot of what you have said, Omoye, in terms of how the guy needs to walk circumspectly. You've just shown us a video of terrorism at a political level. That, what we've just seen, tells us that violence is what is running. Me personally, I expect 2027 to be violent. I really do. Because whether we support Nigerians or not, there are those who are truly fed up to the back teeth, and no, rigging is going to happen. I think if rigging happens in that country, war don't begin. And I'm afraid that the war would not be the people against the government. It will be the people against the people, which will be carnage. And if that takes place, we have to forget about Nigeria as a state in any way. As a politician, however, especially in a country like Nigeria, if you are going to be anything righteous for the people, you have to be prepared to die. Doesn't matter where you come from. You have to be prepared to die. And
The
if you
D
are,
word, oh, they will
if,
take down this channel. Oh.
I beg
The
your
D
pardon, which word you
language,
go put? Which word you go put instead of that?
you use
But
the words
that's
now.
prepared,
Yeah,
prepared
bye. Yeah.
okay,
Or
okay,
on a live, or on a live.
okay. You have to be prepared for that. I don't believe Nigeria would exist past 2027. And I tell you this for why. I know sometimes when we speak, we concentrate on Nigeria and Nigerian politics and the systems in Nigeria. But I have to repeat again, the whole world is going through what Nigeria is going through. Nigeria is ahead in the experience of poor governance. It's ahead. What is understood in the world, they are saying that um, the last election, I don't know how true this is. They're saying that the last election in America would end with Trump's presidency before we move to another level of global dictatorship. That's where we're going. That is where we are going. We think it's only Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria. It's every country in the world that is at stake. Nigeria can lead the world politically if somehow we reset that nation and get it right. It would start revolutions all over the world. And I just want to underline that. Whilst I hear what you say, if man go there, if woman go there and say they're going to campaign for any government position, they have to be prepared to buy. And whilst this is easier said than done, that is the status quo of governance globally today. If we look around the world, we can see that attempts at life has been taken for for many governments. This is what's at stake. And we want to champion somebody who has the balls to go all the way. We have to, because everything else is willful thinking. It is not practical necessarily.
Is there somebody that you see right now that one can champion that's made himself
Great
visible?
question. Great question. Because, I've been looking for leadership and who can be a leader, especially in Nigeria. Globally, again, leadership has waned. Leadership is not what it was 40 years ago. It's not what it was. It's, as you rightly put it, when you were coming up, it was bad. Now it's crazy. You wonder how people are living day to day. These are serious things. What we are all saying. And I can't see who's a leader in Nigeria. And not just somebody who can do it, somebody who wants to do it. A lot of people don't want to get themselves engaged in this level. Ruffle. They don't want to get themselves engaged. They don't. People who can will not. People that we are mentioning who are in the political space right now on what we might call the righteous side, people like Dele Farrow to me, who is not a politician, but he speaks politically. Because why? Because he cares. And he can't stand the stink that Nigeria has become. People like Sowore, he, whatever you might think about him, as you said, he's putting his life on the line. It's only because he hasn't grown in numbers politically in terms of the party system that he's joined. That's why they're not really threatening his life. But Peter Obi has already been positioned. Excuse me. He's already been targeted with another couple of other governors. This tells us that violence is before us.
So are you saying are you saying Dele Farrow to me? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying he's a politician. I'm saying he speaks in the political space, and he's
Yeah. So when I asked the question like, what leader do you see in this moment? So are you saying, because you mentioned Dele Farrow to me, is that who you're?
I mentioned in the political space and what he has gone through, and people like him. But I personally do not see who can govern Nigeria, who we can champion to govern Nigeria. I can't see that person.
Well, the only person that a lot of people see is Peter Obi, even though you don't see it.
No, indeed, I agree.
Right? Yeah, so he's the only one right now that's the most populous, that has the support, that has everything that we need to usher in a new Nigeria. Because the country is tired of the old. A few groups have just been rotating the leadership amongst themselves, number one, and we haven't seen any improvement. Matter of fact, it's been worse in their communities. It's been worse, right? So they get in, and automatically it's almost like they just throw their own communities under the trailer.
You made a hardcore statement, which is to say that rigging has become legalized. That to me is the hardest statement anybody has said today. It's been legalized. It tells us that it is futile having 2027 elections.
Yeah, so I agree. I agree with you that it is futile. My position is, then what happens if people are saying the people who are saying revolution? With the revolution, okay, show us now, because when something is when you say a revolution is what's going to happen, that's going to give us the result. If people don't see it, if people don't say anything to buy into and say, okay, this is the movement that we need to follow, right? That will direct that organic support behind it, they're not going to pay attention to it. So what they're seeing in front of them right now is a Peter Obi who has all that it takes right now for the moment to usher it in. So outside of a revolution that we do not see that is happening, this is the other option. Because between that, there's nothing that's going to happen. I can tell you.
Sorry. What is the other option? I beg your pardon. I need to.
The other option is election or revolution.
But again, we're kind of going round and round in our conversation. I've just said what you said, which is absolutely correct. Rigging has been legalized. With that legalization of rigging, 2027, we know where it's going. We don't have to argue about one of each. We know where it's going. Peter Obi is not going to win. Tinubu is having a second term. The same thing remains. Instead of that, if a bold politician can stand up and say what our brother said in terms of saying a bold statement, no 2027 election from a politician, that itself is a revolution.
That's not going to happen. And I'm not going around in circles.
What
I'm saying is,
all I'm putting. Oh, sorry.
Wait now. What I'm saying is this. Yes, the election is going to be rigged. I think what we should be saying is, we know this election is going to be rigged. What are we going to do? Because mind you, that election being rigged might even trigger the revolution that you're talking about. So the question now should be, we know that going in, this demon is going to rig the election. The handwriting is already on the wall. We are seeing the evidence of it. Now, what are we going to do to trigger the revolution that everybody's talking about to usher in this in Nigeria? That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be focusing on. To say that the revolution is going to happen, or some leader will. There's no leader right now. It's not here. We are not seeing it. There's none in Nigeria. Apart from Peter Obi, there's none. So in the absence of that, how do we leverage on this election that we know for a fact is going to be rigged? How about people say, okay, We know they're going to rig this election. Here is what we now have to do, because this is what we've always wanted anyway, and they are giving it to us on a platter of gold. For those that are saying revolution, why don't we now plan, anticipate, because we know it's going to happen, and then when it happens, we enter. This is what I expect the conversation. This is how I expect the conversation to be.
Enter into what, or enter how? What do you
the
mean?
Revolution now. Whatever plan that you're having, yes, you take it as an opportunity, because here's your window. You already know they are going to rig the election. So what is the plan? For those people that are waiting for revolution, what is the plan? Because here's your open door now. They're going to rig the election. Yes. So how are you going to come in? Where's the leader that will come?
I think if an election takes place and it's rigged as normal, we're screwed. There's nothing we can do.
So that's where people should have been talking. This is where people should be talking about the revolution, because that's the window. If they sit it out and we are screwed, then everybody's screwed, then we forget Nigeria. Everybody.
That's what I'm saying. By that time, it's just too late. It's too late. It's already too late, really, truly.
It's already too late. Exactly. 12 months to the election.
Absolutely. As I put to you earlier, what I'm doing now is desperation, because we should have. When I put it to the group, it was 2023 when I put it to the group. I've been watching this and I know what's going to happen, because it doesn't matter where in the world politics is taking place. It's always dirty. And we are saying that we want to clean things up. And we needed all this time. As I said, what I said to them is that we got 4 years to organize. I kept saying it. I was a lonely voice.
You're not the only one, though. No.
I am on now, but what I'm saying is that man no fit do this thing by themselves, singularly.
But the thing is that if they were effective enough, by this time you'd have gained momentum. The problem is nobody started. Or even if they started, nobody was paying attention to it. Or even if they started, they were not making it obvious, because there were people who were the same revolution. I was hearing it everywhere. I was hearing people saying, oh, we're starting this group. We're talking about this. We are talking strategy. You listen to them. After a while, nothing. No consistency. So, yes, if you said it 4 years ago, a lot of people also said it. The question is, what did people do about it? That's the cocoa of the matter.
I've explained that today. I've explained the weakness that we have. I've explained. It's not cohesive. As you said,
we cannot. You know why I keep pushing back on weakness we have, words that that I push back on when you use them. Do you know why I do that?
I can only use these words.
That is because words are powerful. The more you say, the more Jago. The more you use those words, the more people internalize it, the more they remain weak. You use words to pull people out. You use words to wake them up. For me personally, I wouldn't use words like weak. You know why I won't use words like weak? Because I want Nigerians to wake up and be strong and fight. So I would say we have it in us. We can do it, but I just don't know why we're not doing it.
Again, I'm just a simple man with simple language.
It's not about simplicity.
No, wait. Just wait. It's not every word that I will say that you will object now.
Please wait. This is very important, because people are listening. I'm not teaching you. It's not about you, Jagun. Again, it's not.
So let me finish my sentence.
Wait, you will finish your sentence now. You've had a lot of time to speak today. So when I have your opportunity to interject, let me also have my own say. I beg. Okay? So my point, because you're not the only, it's not about you. I'm also talking to the generality of people that are also listening. Words are powerful. I want people to be able to rise up. I want Nigerians to be able to gain that consciousness that we need. The critical mass that needs to be built. I want Nigerians I want that thing to rise from within them. I'm not going to be using words like weak, like that.
I use them.
It's not going to wake them up. It's only going to beat them down the more.
It's okay. For me,
no,
you
it's
just
not
have to tell
okay.
it's okay for me. You just have to tell the truth.
Because
truth
no, that's not telling the
is
truth.
the
That's
only, not the truth
down,
now.
that's already down.
That's
That's
why I
keeping
said,
people down, that's
are we
already
going
down.
to,
That's not saying straight.
okay, it's okay, okay.
Please,
All I say is,
please.
are we going to honestly use pretense, which is what I
It's
believe
not
you're using?
pretense.
I
It's
believe
not
it's pretense.
pretense.
I
No,
believe
well,
it's pretense.
that's your perception. But I don't
Indeed.
want.
But
I don't want to
I'm
put
saying
them
it, I'm
on
saying it universally.
down.
I'm saying it
I'm not going
universally
to
as well.
accept it. No, I'm
Fair
sorry.
enough. But
You're
I'm
not
saying it
going to,
universally.
we're beating them down. They're already down. Of what
Okay.
use is that going to be to us? We want a critical mass.
What we say is
What
that
use is it if
what
we
we have
continue
both
to
said
beat them
is
down?
that if this thing goes wrong, we both said it, that it's the end. That's what we both agreed. And I've also showed you why a revolution is difficult in terms of how you begin this kind of thing. I can't do it by myself. No individual can do it by themselves without locking themselves in a room and arguing the matter out. And the words that you would use would have to be honest, so that we grow upon this honesty. We can't we can't be cautioning ourselves the whole day long, because what it would mean, all it does is trap what we are trying to express. If somebody is expressing themselves wrongly, or just being obtuse. I'm not being obtuse. I'm trying to be honest in my appraisal of what the country is and what it has been. We know it's been beaten down, but those like me and you who may have differences of opinion or differences of how we speak or whatever would trigger somebody else, all we have to do is to agree upon 2 or 3 things. The next day, we will find that we can gather pace and agree upon more. Next minute, we've agreed on 10 things, strategic things that will clearly make sense to our people. Then we would offer our people this suggestion where this small group has agreed. We'll begin to galvanize from there. What me and you are agreeing upon is that it's late. However, because it's late, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't be striving ahead. Those of us who are strong should strive. And in the diaspora, as you have underlined it, we are stronger than those back home. So we here in people who are listening to this back home, they want something to happen. And they themselves know that they can't do it. They can't. The people that can push to get something done that is strategic, clever, resourceful, protective, these things are outside of Nigeria. And if we can't agree because of language, it's like, oh my days, how are we going to get anywhere? You know what you said about Peter Obi? You know, this our man in Burkina Faso. You know, night after night, the people themselves are surrounding his villa. The people. That could be done for Peter Obi when people agree. It could be done for him. Me, I'm going. Mhm.
That's it. That's it. That's a solution right there.
Well,
That's a solution right there. That's why I said it's not up to Peter Obi alone. If the people themselves that are suffering, we have family back home, distant family, relatives, or whatever, we can all, this is why I was against the language of weak. Because the way, let me tell you, I've been in spaces on Twitter where Nigerians who live in Nigeria come on and share what they hear echoing from the diaspora. And they feel a type of way about it because already they are grasping, they're grasping with, or they're, grab, hey God, English. Okay, they're struggling with so many things in Nigeria, right? And then when they come on spaces or they come on our lives and they hear, meanwhile, they are fighting. They don't have light, no water, no job, nothing is going on, right? And then they even get small data and say, let's go and listen to our people that are talking to us in the diaspora. And then they now start to hear, oh, they are not doing anything. They're just docile. When are they going to wake up and all of that? It breaks their spirit. Not once, not twice, not 3 times have I heard that. That's why I'm pushing against your language. It's not personal. It's never personal. Because there are people who listen to some of these programs that we will never meet. They just have enough data to want to hear something that's going to give them some glimmer of hope, because there's no light. Maybe they only had one small chance to just charge their phone for like half battery, remove it just to listen to somebody that is talking about the problems in Nigeria. You have to remember, they don't tell them the truth on the national news in Nigeria. They don't. They butter everything up. They don't bring them the truth. So they only get the truth from social media. You know, that's why I am careful with the language. Have I said docile before? Yes, I have. Have I said weak before? Yes. But after hearing the complaints and their own concerns, not because they don't want to do anything, but because they want to hear what is going on so that they can mobilize themselves. Only for them to be hearing those language, it's discouraging. That's why I'm pushing against it. I'm not saying that you cannot express yourself. I'm just saying, can we use different words? I'm not trying to police you. I haven't policed you. You have said everything you wanted to say, right? You know, and okay, look at what Mr. Nat wrote now, right? He said it's never too late. We said it's too late, right? Because we could have started 4 years ago. He's saying it's not too late. You understand? It's a flimsy excuse. Whenever you wake up, that's when it's your morning, right? You guys sound as if APC can't be opposed or challenged like they did.
No. I think the difference. I think that
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Law. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you very much, Tracy. I see the super chat, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate. Very kind of you guys. I really do appreciate. Go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Jago.
No worries. People who support need to be thanked indeed. What was I about to say? Yes,
I was talking about Nat's
no, I'm with you. I'm together.
Right.
I am doing what I said I'm doing, and I didn't necessarily want to announce it, but I have announced it. I also said I wanted to start 2023 because I felt that this is time that we have to do something completely different. We can't go through this again. Many people didn't agree with me, or people weren't really forthright in coming forward. I'm a different character. I'm not trying to make it personal. I could have written it by myself, but I'm thinking, why? If people who have sense can't see what I'm trying to say, fair enough. Then I told you that it is only this year.
You know, see, the education for Nigeria sucks. I hope you know that too.
I'm very aware. Wait. I'm very aware.
That there are a lot of people, the education, the kind of education when you get and the ones when Nigerians get back home, they are different.
I know this completely. So
the understanding sometimes no they day all day.
This one I feel a lot. This is why many times within my pursuits that concern Nigeria, I feel very alone, very singular. People don't seem to understand what's before them. People, the way I think is because I have a global perspective. I have a global. It's not just Nigeria I think about. It's not Nigeria alone I know about. I've lived in many countries in this world. I'm not a child. I'm not a child. I'm a couple of years from 60. That's me. And I've lived in this world with passion, love, and understanding. And what I've received, I'm grateful for. It's the kind of person I am. I'm starting now. People are with me. We are going to run this gamut. We want to finish within 4 months so that we have at least 6 months to see what we can galvanize within that time. Maybe the world would shift in such a way that when we put this thing on the table, when we gather the big boys who don't know about what we're doing right now, when we put it in front of them, and if they see way ahead, we will push forward. As we're pushing forward, we will galvanize. As we are galvanizing, the plan is there. The plan is there backing us, because for whatever we do, there has to be intelligence behind it. We can't just go out there and lead people into hell. That's not my intention. My intention is to have a bloodless revolution. Some people think that is impractical. Fair enough. Having a bloodless revolution we will still be prepared for the violence, because the game is dirty, as we all know. My idea, if I'm to spell it out now, is that if we have galvanized that space and we are able to take over, take our power back as a people, what we do over the next 3 years is to put Nigeria the right way up from top to bottom. It's not rocket science. It can be done. But what we do after that is to now ask, within that, is to ask those new parties. We cancelled all these people from any level of governance, cancelled them. They can't come near the ballot. Therefore, we set up the thing within 3 years using an interim administrative government of unvoted people. But we are going to do the work of administration, putting the country in the right way, in the right position. After that, we stand back and we allow elections to go forward, free and fair, with all the parameters that we need to make sure that instantaneous votes are counted, so we all know what's happening. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. And that's a revolution. And it's a bloodless one, by God's grace. And it also means that we're in such a position in the world that we are leading. This is what I see for Nigeria, because it's possible. And Nigeria has the wherewithal, the people to make sure that this takes place. We have the minerals to make sure that we go forward, if well used, if well organized. This thing can happen. We just need agreement. That's what we need, is agreement, which is why, I'm not saying anything is easy, but man, I can't curb my language. I can't, because I just want to, languages, as you rightly underlined, it's not easy. Language in itself, we all speak English. And the language that you speak is the language you think in. And so many of us don't understand English. I said it on Dr. Demon. So many of us don't understand what we're saying. We're convoluted. We're not clear. And it's because we don't think clearly. We don't think clearly because we're not educated in our own language. The importance of being educated in your own language is so deep. We haven't respected that we should be thinking in our own language. But to be thinking in English when we don't speak English properly, where we're not even able to communicate well. We're not. The skill that Nigerians have in multi-languages is deep. But the fact that we're not learning chemistry in Igbo language, or in Hausa language, or in Shekiri language, in any language, it cuts our thinking. It is why the Chinese and Indians are where they are today. It is true, because their thinking is clear to their people. They know what they're talking about. When they're talking about ding ding, they know exactly what they're saying. They know what they're saying. When in I was at a private school here in London, big school, big monies, and all the rest of it.
You are carrying us to where we don't know. Now this,
all I'm saying is that the communication that we have, unfortunately, is only in English, and because of that, we need people like our brother on here who speak very clear.
It's not only in English. We speak Pidgin and we understand that sense very
Pidgin
well.
is not good enough.
It's good though. It's good for us.
Okay, fair enough. If you believe so, that, fair enough. But me, I don't believe it.
Yeah, amongst Nigerians, those of us that speak Pidgin,
that Pidgin, unfortunately, is a vernacular, if you like.
Yeah, it's our own. We like it like that.
But it's not a language that you can use.
It is.
Politically.
You don't know how to speak. That's why.
Can you use that language politically?
Yes, we can. Okay. Yes,
fair enough. Again, this is where we have a fundamental disagreement. I don't agree.
No, it's not fundamental. You just don't know. That's why. That's it.
We've been using Pidgin from before slavery even began. We've been using pidgin.
We've been speaking. Pidgin is a language that all of us that understand what we are saying to each other. We understand it deeply. Because
Fair
you
enough.
don't know how to speak it, you
No,
feel not understand them.
it's broken English. That's all it is. You think
But you don't speak it
you
well
think I don't
now.
understand,
You
but I
speak it,
understand. What do you mean?
you still understand, but not be to the level when they burn us
in
inside.
Nigeria for a week to catch up. It doesn't take me long. Don't worry about me.
Okay, I've heard you. Please, can we let EB? Sorry, now for your talk, now we can't enter another one. Sorry. Oh yeah, you have the floor. No verse.
No, I mean, you guys, honestly, I mean, it's actually interesting just listening to how you and Jagun have this back and forth.
Jagun is a troublemaker.
It's
That's
very
why.
relaxing.
Jagun, they find my trouble. Oh my God.
It's relaxing in a very educative way, I would say, because honestly, there are times that Jagun says something and I'm thinking like that, and then you push back and I'm like, I also need to think about it from this perspective. And then it says another thing. So it's good for me. It's a mental exercise as well. But yeah, what else do I have to say? Honestly, I think I've covered most of what was a burden on my heart this evening. And I'm a Christian, but I don't want to conclude my conversation by saying God will help us. We've said that for so many years. I think we are at a point where we need to help ourselves. And the last thing I would say is, I think, and Jago said this, and I really want to underline it. I think the part where we need to embrace the fact that we may need to lay down what we cherish the most to see this change. I think that's the part where a lot of us have the fear. And I'll be honest to say, I mean, there's no person that would just say, I'm willing to buy, okay, Nigeria should be better. I don't think anyone just says that.
There are
But
people who are saying it too. Oh my God. There are people who are saying it now.
But are they willing, really?
Are they? Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos where people are saying, just give us the word. We will show up and we're ready to lay down our lives. If we are promised that we're going to see the Nigeria that we deserve, we're happy to do it. Oh yeah, I've seen videos like that. There are a lot of Nigerians that are waking up to that reality. Yeah.
Perfect. That actually gives me so much joy and hope, because I think once we get to that point where we are like, okay, we know it's going to take this and we are willing to lay this down, I honestly believe things will change. So maybe we are just right around the space where we are exhausting the last bit of options that we have. And once we cross that line, I think it will have to come to that point where we have to lay it down. Again, not just for ourselves, but for the generation that is to come. But that's the last thing I have to say. Auntie Omoye, thank you so much for having me this evening.
No. In fact, if you say as I happy, you enter. You ain't they disturb me for comment section. You come last minute. I'm coming. I'll say now you they come. No, I really appreciate you. I mean, stay in the studio. It's been having you, Jagu, even though Jagu came to fight and I ready for him. But it was nice having both of you. And Idemudi, I know he's probably asleep wherever he is. Mr. Chooks Obobeze, welcome. Greetings. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Welcome.
Good morning, good evening, everybody, where you are. Yeah, you know how it is. It was the network.
I know.
I tried so many times to get in. Yeah. I really enjoy the gospels, everything you guys were saying. It's just like he said. It's just the understanding. We are raised differently. So if I have the time to tell you, hence I know where he is raised. That's the type of the language he uses, common there, so that's the reality. We're not fighting each other, it's just common understanding. But the way the government is pushing us,
is terrible. And let me contribute to the last this thing you guys were saying, about people being ready. If you ask me, I'm not sure. Seriously, I'm not sure, because somebody like me, I've been saying it. Omoyo, you are aware. It's not even long. I told you guys that forget about the election. And if we have to take any action, anybody that's telling you during the election or immediately after the election is just deceiving himself or herself, because it's not gonna work. And we all know the reason why it's not gonna work. All the Western world that are interested in the country, they will never let it work. And in a way, you would have given them an excuse. Okay, what is that excuse? After election, you try to say you don't agree with that. There's a measure for you to follow, which is the court system. It doesn't matter to them if the court is just or otherwise, because they will see it as you just want to destroy democracy, and by destroying democracy, you destroy their businesses they have with Nigeria. So for that reason, it's never gonna work. I remember I said this here, and I put this AMAC election as an example. They're gonna rig it. They're gonna do whatever they wanna do, and nobody will do anything. And let me state it here: anybody that has any plan without these people we call so-called elders, it's never gonna work. We know when we all read about Nadeko and the things like that. The people who actually piloted Nadeko were elder statesmen. People know their names around the world. That's why they were able to do what they did. Except we can get those people involved in this, anything short of that, forget it. And all of them has been boxed to the corner, either by corruption, either by, fear or something like that, So I don't know how to put it, but I don't see organized revolution happening in Nigeria. What will happen in Nigeria, if at all, is, just like NSAS one day, things just start happening. Things just start happening because if we are waiting to organize it, and we know why NSAS failed, that is the highest revolution we have had. We would have had. But we know why it failed. And exactly the same thing will make any planned revolution fail. Because, okay, the North say, not in my name. Right? Tomorrow it might be the West will say, not in my name. It might be the Southeast that will say, not in my name. It might be the South that will say, not in my name. And as long as this goes on, there's no way we can win this fight. I've thought about Nigeria. I've thought about Nigeria for so long. Think about it. Where can we get, answers, or how can we move this? I got no answer. And that's why when I get on the platform, the people I attack is the elders. Because the same way they box me and you to the corner is the same way they did to the highest thing that would have saved us, which is the media. The media is the greatest undoing in Nigeria. Because what they do is they keep quiet. And that's why, last time, Rufai was saying, they took away somebody for 7 years. We haven't heard of the person, from the person, just because Rufai went on interview, and suddenly the media remember he was missing, and they come to booster our spirit. Oh, how can somebody be missing? You see them, they start speaking like prophets. You see them, they start speaking like prophets. Meanwhile, this is their job. Your citizen was missing. For how long? You forgot, the media forgot that person. So it is something, I don't know how. Seriously, after this last election, it confirmed all my fears about Nigeria. Because like I am now, I've said it, any member of my family that talks about voting is on his own or her own. And I'm not regretting it, and I'm not apologizing for it. Because somebody just died in this election. What is the fate of that person and their family? They were on their own. So do you want me to feel the same way? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to get myself involved in something like that. Because if I am going there knowing that if something happens, the people I went there with will not let me go just like that. They will fight for justice. How many people died in the last election? Have we not forgotten them and they're thinking about the next one? Whoever thought about them? From that last election, I said to my people, if we can't fight these people before election, don't you go out there. If you go, make sure nobody put a call across to me. They say, oh, they broke my head, I need hospital. I'm not gonna even, once I hear that, I put the phone down on you. Because there's no need for that. There's no need, because no result will ever come out of it. And that's why I'm calling the likes of Atiku, the Obis, the Amechis, criminals. During that time, they came out as ADC. You are aware of this. I criticize this. And that's why I say, I'm not going to go register for ADC. And I advise against people registering for ADC. Because if you actually want to save Nigeria, you don't need election to save Nigeria. That is the fact. You see, these people are mentioned, especially Atiku, who has held the position of vice president in Nigeria, right? If he goes down to Obasanjo and say, listen, we need to save this country today, I tell you, this country will be saved. All he needs to do is call Obasanjo, let's save this country. They call all the past leaders. Call all the past leaders. Then they start speaking to the West. Immediately these people know that they start speaking to the West. You see them change their ways because they know what is coming. Because exactly the same business they're doing with the West is the same business these people will tell them, listen, right? These people makes our people suffer, right? You see this your business, we're going to keep it. In fact, we will give you more. That's how it happened in Libya and the likes. That's how it happened. But if you say that now, they tell you, oh, you want to bring evil to Nigeria. Are we not living in, amongst evil? Are we not there already? What can happen to Nigeria that will be worse than what is happening now? And that's why I don't listen to people when they say, oh, you're inviting people to come to your country and this and that, right? Yes, I'm very proud to invite them to come because I lose nothing. Is it the mineral resources you are telling me, let us protect? I'm enjoying, or my children or any of my relatives is enjoying. Rather, They take that, you bear the consequence of pollution and every other thing that is associated with those minerals they are mining from your place. So until this likes of people stand up, say they want to save the country, I don't believe in ADC. I don't believe in any of them. I said it clearly. If they want to, first thing, we talked about the electoral reform, right? Are you telling me that Nigerians, all these elder statesmen and all these people, criminals, because I call all of them criminals, I am more sensible than them to know that if the only way we can even have something that resembles election is to make INEC the person to prove that the election they conducted was free, fair, and credible. That's the only way we can even get a little pinch. I'm not saying it's going to stop things, but I tell you, right? If we are serious, that is the only magic for Nigeria. Apart from the elders who ought to know what to do until we make INEC, because no matter any law you write without INEC being the person to prove, how can you even, how senseless are we? How can you even do something? I come to prove what you did that is right or wrong. Does that even make any sense? So when we talk about this is where we're driving. You see, I said it's, on your platform last time. I said, even if they write transmit, yeah, they got so many ways to rig election. Even in this country I am, they rig elections. Common post office, they can use it to rig election. Because of people who are doing a post election, postal voting. People who are doing postal voting, they can use posting. Come on, I don't know if it is what do they call it in America? I don't know what they call their post office, but right here it's Royal Mail. They can use it to rig election. It's so easy. So easy. As I tell you today, I know. So you see how they introduce curfew for election. They can bring materials 1 o'clock while they know it's 4 o'clock, end of voting. A lot. I can list them. There are more than 10 in Nigerian category. You can use in rigging the election. But if you make INEC to come and prove I was there at so time, ticked. Because I came on time, because 8:30, they're supposed to start election in Nigeria. So for anybody to give anybody reason that material did not come there, forget all this nonsense they're talking in Nigeria. They're telling you, oh, some of them are on waterways, on this, on that. The one they did in Abuja, what stops? Is there anywhere there is no transport in Abuja? Does INEC not old enough to have their own means of transportation? Are they not old enough? So all these things we are doing, how many local government do we have? 744 local governments. You can't transport electoral materials, and they are telling us we are hearing it and assimilating it. And some idiots will come on the television to give you and I excuses why those things cannot be done. And we are looking at them. We are happy for them to tax us for all. In fact, if Nigerians even have brain, Just tax alone. Everybody will refuse paying tax. Build more prison where you're going to be putting everybody. That alone can bring down this government. In fact, we are not serious. The people who were beating people up in Abuja, is it the government? Are they not street people like you and I? This is what we're talking about. You see them, they come there, they mock you, they beat you, they do everything as if this country.
So what is your solution to the problem? So what is the solution to this whole problem?
My solution, we discussed this before. My solution first and foremost is to make sure that if you do a job, you come and defend the job. Okay? You and I wrote project in our schools. Did anybody go and defend it for you? No, let's be clear. You cannot do something and I come to defend it. And this bothers me a lot, that everybody shouted electoral reform. They went there, they start writing nonsense rather than hit the nail on the head. Did you not hear Mike Guinea said it that day? I guess you played that video, right? Mike Guinea said one of the biggest solutions. And that day when I had it, I was so proud of myself because I've been banging on this for years. You got lawyers idiots who can come on TV because I always, curse them now. That's not my language, but I start using it now so that they get more angry. They will come and sit on TV and they start to telling you about the law. Imagine in a country, you have no law, yet all the English is finished on piece of paper where you say what you said is your constitution and the laws. How? So the first solution is go back there, demand that in fact, as we see it now, INEC need to be the one to defend, because this is why they behave the way they behave.
What if there's no because some people have said here, EB and Jagun, I think EB and Jagun, they're in the same camp. They have said that they don't see a future of an election. There will not be election because, let's just forget it, because there'll be rigging. So there's talk of revolution.
I know where I put out a statement where they said Obi should call Nigerians and said,
yes, that makes
there's no decision. Yeah. And I said to them, I wrote there, I said, if he says that, it's treasonable offense. Not because he's Obi or because he's an Igbo man. No. It's treasonable offense. He can withdraw from the election, but to call Nigerians to withdraw, he's going to be picked. If the party comes say, look, we call on our supporters because they have that this thing. Obi can say, I call on my supporters to tell them that I'm not participating, right? And I call upon you not to participate. But if you wish, you go and participate. That is a general language. But he cannot say Nigerians don't participate. If he says that, it's treasonable offense. I guarantee you that. If you have a lawyer, call the lawyer and ask. So anybody thinking of not going to an election is joking, except you're going to cause trouble before the days of the election. That's the only way. And to say you're not going to, because even if it is 10 people, how many are we? Over 200 million, right? And 8 million selected the person ruling. So even if it is only him and his family that came out that day, it's over. It will be announced. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing anybody can do about it. So My solution still remains. People should come out on the street. I'm not saying revolution or whatever, right? Peaceful walk with these people I mentioned before. All those people who claim they are leaders and all those people who claim they come to save us through ADC. All of them should line themselves up in front of the masses and walk down to what is it called? National Assembly to give a warning. Because the next one is Aso Rock. It's as simple as ABCD. And this is why, it baffles me. And of course, I've said it before, I'm not giving any help to anybody from Nigeria that is in Nigeria, including my family. And I know why I'm saying it. I'm saying it on air. They're listening, they're hearing. I have no apology to anybody. I paid my dues, so everybody needs to pay their dues. Everybody needs to pay their dues because what it is, right? They are there enjoying themselves. Only when Nigeria happens to them, you see them, they cry out. Because if they're not enjoying themselves, when they push the law, they should come out. When they push tax law, come on, I don't need to mention it here. You know how much I was against that tax law. In fact, I'm always angry because whenever I send money to Nigeria, they cut the money. I'm not saying it's from the tax, but how can banks be charging you to use your money? How? And people are telling me it's because of education. No, that is not because of education. It's a common sense. It's a common sense. They say full animal. They don't go to bank. All their money is with them. And that's why they don't pay tax. So all these things we see, we are saying we are doing, we are not serious. If we are serious, the likes of Atiku, Amechi, Obi, all of them, what's his name? The national chairman, I've forgotten his name. All of them should line them up there. Let's see these people, tear gas them or buy them. Because if you are not ready like that, please don't come and call my brothers and sisters.
Now, Mr. Obi, they came out for the election now. Peter Obi came out during the protest now at National Assembly.
Look, what? No. What I mean? No, what I mean is, right? That is a warning shot they fired. Okay? They did not do anything. In fact, let me tell you something now. Yeah? Because you just make me realize, right? You see, both Atiku, both Obi, both Amechi, both ADC should come out, all of them together, and make a bold statement and call on their supporters to come out. I'm not asking for too much. 10,000 alone can chase them away from that National Assembly. I'm sorry. Isn't all this thing I see? Yeah? I go to watch football here. Yeah? Come on. 10, in fact, 20,000, right? When they come out of the stadium, you won't see. If you throw a stone, it won't reach ground. We know what we are talking about. So just a full pitch. That's a full stadium. Let me say, okay, a full stadium here is like 70 to 80,000, right? Come out and feed themselves there. I tell you, They passed these laws within minutes. Because you know what? These people has discredited Nigerian citizens. Imagine Abio and Co telling us, you do not tell us what to do. Who sent you there? You know, my first campaign against Nigerian government was the destruction of education. Because this is where they got us all. This is where they got us all. We were one of the few lucky ones. Because when I started my education, I remember in my year 2, not 1, is when I had the word war against indiscipline. Why? Who were the last set that benefited from that? Because after that year, I don't know even when I don't even know what I was doing then. But they make us sing that as songs. Tell us if somebody is peeing on outside, you have every right to tell him, stop that. So, these are the kind of things they taught us.
Yeah, Mr. Bibis, if you can please wrap it up for me in less than 2 minutes, I'll appreciate it. I need to, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, if we are serious, we need to start calling these people we believe so much in. We need to start calling them out. Because look at what could have happened to Obi yesterday. Right? It could have happened. We knew when the governor of Edo State made a statement, and we took it as a joke. Even the media took it as a joke. For you to tell a Nigerian that if he wants to go to wherever he's supposed to go by right, he need to come and inform you. And we all see it as normal. People were even coming on TV to defend it, and hell didn't lose. So if we know we are serious, we need to call on these people and ask them to be at the war front. They cannot be hiding under any disguise again, and we are looking for solutions. The solution is in the palm of their hand. I've said it. It's either Atiku, because even the way the man behaves, I'm not sure there's loyalty to Nigeria at all, not even a pinch. There's no difference between Atiku and the present person that is ruling us. I am telling you fact. No remorse, no nothing, nothing. It doesn't even move him. Look at the election they did. None of them can come out and make statement. Say this is the stance of ADC. Or are we not seeing it? So what am I trying to say? If they're not ready for this, I'm zeroing my mind slowly. Maybe one day I will gather that opportunity. I'll gather that strength to say, you know what? Yeah, that is it. That is it. Because I can't be suffering in two fronts. I'm suffering here. I shouldn't be here. I lost everything as a human being because I'm away from my home. It doesn't matter. I've said it before. If anybody thinks he's living a life here, wait, we are in our 60s, 70s, we will know. And of course, we have lost generations. Because any child I give birth here, I'm not expecting the child to go to Nigeria to live. And I back them for that, because what is chasing me that was born and brought up there?
Okay.
So I think I will drop it here. You know, it's something, I am saying it. If Nigerians will listen, let us start telling ourselves the truth and start calling these people out to lead at the war front, because that's the only solution I can see right now. Because if they lead from the front, we can tell the assemblies, you know what, yeah, we put you there. If you don't want to be there, to do what we ask you to do, you gotta come back home. Because we want INEC. We want INEC to be the person to prove the election so that they can give us accountability. I never see a country without accountability. I've been shouting this. Where is accountability of 2023, 300 or 400 billion they gave them?
Mr. Obi busy. Thank you.
All right. I've got to leave you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity anyway, because I was enjoying the I was enjoying. I tell you, Sebek, you know, kill me, because there was a time. There was a time when you blow hot. you know how I forgot his name. Said that you are like his mother. That is how my mom is. You just be reminding me of my mom, because if you don't agree, you're going nowhere. So when he said that, I said, wow. So somebody, during the last 2023, that's when I was thinking that in my mind. I said, oh my God, this is a copy of my mom, because you and Rita then, yeah, Madam Rita. This person never know you then. If he knows you, you will. That's why I was laughing, because I said, now that you calm down, he is talking. He should come during that time, you and Rita. You guys will roast him completely. I was laughing, I put it in the comment. I said, please don't keep me here, beg. It's good. Yeah. Sometimes, this is the community we talk about. We need to speak because they're listening. But I want on a true listen, like that's last Saturday, right? I wasn't disappointed because I knew. I think I said it on your show before the election. I wasn't disappointed. I was only annoyed that we let them have their words again. So, but if we start reminding our our leaders, those we support to be in that place, to let them know, look, this has gone beyond election. What we need to do now is to hold them, to let them know. Because I'll tell you the reason for this impunity. The reason is because they think we are not the one who put them there. So we can't tell them what to do. And when you hear them speak on TV, even Dr. Abati, he will let you know that you have no right. Imagine Akpabio saying, people, some urchins come there to tell them what to do, as if not these urchins that sent you there.
So,
anyway,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope they're listening, because, like I said to you, I've lost all hope. I'm not telling you like, me. I say it as it is in my heart, because even my family, they know. I can't be hiding my feelings. I can't be. I'm just coming back from work now. It's money, right?
Yeah.
Many of them slept well, and the next minute you call me, right? You call me. I had so many people I've been helping before, but you know what? I call all those contacts. Say, you know what? Yeah, go and fetch your towel where you had your shower. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No, thank you. I know you have been trying to get it since.
Man, the network there is.
To say everything you wanted to say.
The thing that surprises me, right? Because I say I'm gonna say it to you, right? I'm on YouTube. No glitch, no INEC glitch, but each time I go on a StreamYard, the glitches are there. So you guys that are paying StreamYard, they need to work on their that app, because I think that is where this thing. It's only when I know there's bad network there, right? sometimes because it was intentional anyway, because of the type of work we do. It was intentional. So, yeah. But every other app I'm using, right, at least managed to get this, you know. I listen to from the moment I join you, I listen till, you know, I come back home. So why is it each time I put it on this, it knocks me out? I say, oh, I'm giving you stress, so let you concentrate. All right. Good night in your area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very
Yeah.
much. I appreciate. Yeah. Thank
All right,
you.
then.
Have a wonderful
thank you.
day. Yeah.
And you too. Bye. Bye.
Bye. All right. So I think we should wrap it in a bow tonight at this point. EB don't sleep. EB, you don't sleep.
No, I'm actually here. Interestingly enough, I there's a question I want to put out, but I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Chooks.
Oh, okay, go ahead. He's still
No,
here.
I'm still here. I'm still here. You can put it.
Yes. So this is a question probably for every one of us on the platform and those also on the chat section. So I'm just thinking, God forbid, thank God the planned assassination on Mr. Obi's life did not happen yesterday. But I was just thinking in my head, and this is to kind of gauge where Nigerians are right now. But let's just imagine, what if that had happened? What do you think the reaction would have been? I mean, on the part of the citizens and maybe just the generality of people.
You see this question you ask, yeah? I was yesterday, I sat down yesterday when the news broke, right? I was thinking, for Nigerians, I know, no action. Take it from me. For the Igbos, I can still tell you, no action will be taken because we've been boxed to a corner. I'm not ashamed to say it. That's the language I use constantly for being an Igbo man. Okay? The cowards we call leaders down there, has let us be boxed to a corner. And this is why, you know, I pray all these people who saw the war, I pray they die quick. I pray all of them finish quick. Because that mentality is tying the Igbo man down. Nothing will happen if you ask me my opinion. Nothing. Because I said nothing will happen because, right? I just made a reference of the man who died in the election. Did you hear anybody shout about it? In fact, yesterday I was so angry. When was it Sheung or one of them was interviewing somebody, and you know, two people, there were two there, right? In channels anyway, I don't know if it is Sheung, right? So, and it says one of them, I think is ADC guy, he said, oh, first of all, I want to send a commiseration to the families of so person who lost this as an agent to the election, right? And the other guy came in and said, because we have not had that, if at all. Hi, I wanted to cry. I'm not being sarcastic here, right? There was so the sadness in me was so heavy in my heart. I'm telling you, it was so heavy in my heart that somebody lost his life. Do you know what? Yeah, I see anybody who is going to vote in an election, right? You see the same way you see your military, because it's their civic duty they are performing. The same class. At that moment you're going to vote, you are in the same class as your police, your army, everybody that works for the government. And that person went as an agent and lost his life, and somebody is disbelieving that. Was that not supposed to be making news? So that's why I said nothing will happen. And that's why we thank God that it didn't happen.
Okay. Thank you very much. So, for me to answer that question, if anything had happened to Peter Obi, Nigeria will not come out of what it's currently going through for generations to come. Another level of out of the world difficulty will fall on Nigeria. That's even though nobody, even though what I'm hearing is that nobody's going to do anything, I doubt that will happen. I doubt that people will not do anything. I doubt that people will not be triggered. I'll be very honest with you. But if anything happens to Peter Obi, Nigeria, as you know, it will not be the same. I'm just saying it.
For sure, that one we agree with you. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Yeah.
I'm not Peter Obi's family member, but I will tell you for free. A man that hasn't done anything but just preach about what he wants to do for the people and how he wants to pull people out of suffering, how he wants to make life better for people, going around with a clean
You're saying how he wants to. The money he put down for
he's putting down for
he put down for Medicare is bigger than what your country spent.
Yeah, so all those things, you think it's just gonna go, even if nature itself will take a revenge on Nigeria.
That's the only thing I'm saying.
If
forget about the human beings there.
Happens to Peter Obi, nature itself and the kind of karmic experience that Nigeria will go through, it will be such that they've never seen before. If Tinubu wants to play, he should try it. We will all be here and we will witness it. It's not a curse. Nature will just do what it needs to do. You can't keep doing evil for long. You did it to other people and you want to do it when everybody now knows that, everybody's eyes are now open and everybody's aware of their situation, even if not completely. There's a level of consciousness. You now do that to someone who has not raised a finger against you. I don't know what to say. Even if nobody come fight, these people go feel them. People will never know Peter Obi before, they go feel them. They talk. Not be this so don't we did. Oh, Ibi, I don't answer your question. Have we answered your question?
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, thank you.
You said yes, like you're not satisfied with the answers you got.
No, not really. No, not really. It's because there's a lot of frustration in Nigeria. We all share the same.
Brother, if you be me, what would you do?
No, but the truth is that I think something will happen if anything happens to Peter Obi. I don't want anything to happen to the man. To be quite honest with you, I have even said it here on my platform. If Namibia, I'll just let him just sit it out. Because the level of the kind of politics that they are playing now is jungle policies.
You know why I said nothing will happen? Let me give you the scenario, right?
Before you do that, you forgot that I'm here, you people.
We just say you don't vest come out now. You don't say you
why? I don't explain to you. Look. I have explained to you who I am. If you want to take it, take it. If not, I don't know what to do again. I don't.
We're not waiting to say.
You have blamed me. Finish. It's okay because the problem. Oh.
Talk now. I will leave now for here. Go sleep. If not like.
You don't even know that it's 7:15 in this country. What's this guy doing? Is he crazy? Sorry, yeah. I know that there's gonna be madness soon. One moment. My own. My own is like this, oh. Nothing will happen. Nothing at all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's a shame that I'm saying this, but the way I see Nigeria now and the performance of everybody, nothing will happen. It'd be a great shame, but nothing will happen. The attempt alone should bring people out,
Exactly.
but it hasn't.
That's why we know that nothing will happen.
This is why I speak the way I speak. You have to tell the truth. You have to tell the truth. Guys, let me run. I'm coming. Let me run. Someone's at my door. How? Excuse me, guys. I've gone. Good evening. I'll speak to you guys soon.
All right.
I think Omoyetu is about to go sleep, right? So
yeah. You know, it's quite unfortunate, but
yeah, it's
you know.
Go ahead. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I said why I gave that impression that nothing will happen is this, right? I say when we talk about the Igbo man, right? They are one of the first people that saw the problem of Nigeria, and that's why they're getting attacks, right? Hence, they succeeded in boxing the Igbo man to the corner, right? They tried Nigeria, and they boxed every Nigeria to the corner. We know what is going on. We see what could have. Imagine how many trillion they told you that it was missing from NNPC, and somebody is telling you got to pay tax, and nothing happened. Come on, that's my conviction that there's nothing that is going to happen. It's as simple as ABCD. Because I say Nigeria, they see Nigeria as a conquered people. They are recolonizing Nigeria. That's exactly what these people from 1999 has been doing to us. It's a recolonization. If we don't get it, let's get it now. I used to listen to, I do listen to Dele Farotimi. He is making it clear every day. He cannot speak without telling you that these are colonizers in a different form. Imagine a Nigerian police force. Since the Europeans left, they never reformed the force. If at all, the name force should be added to it. So all these things, we know where it's coming from. Thank God it didn't happen. That's the only thing I can say. It didn't happen. According to Wike, if it didn't there, it didn't there. Good night, everybody, and good morning wherever you are.
Thank you very much.
All right,
I really appreciate it. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. So, I hear that everybody's saying not to. Yeah, even if nobody come out, the kind karmic reaction, the karma, hey God, when it go before Nigeria, it go the generations when they come, they go, they say, what is going on? Where did we get? You see, as they ask, where did we get it wrong? Who did we offend? The kind of questions when the next generation go they ask, I'm not sure say they won't fit coin the language like that. They go need to do, I don't know, but it's not going to be good karma energy for Nigeria if that kind of thing happens. Even if nobody comes out, it's going to ricochet one way or the other. The nature will take justice, and it will not be good. That's as much as I know, So yeah, Ibi, what you get to talk for the matter as we don't talk like this?
Yeah, I share the same sentiment too, because I was expecting that people would at least speak out or do something based on just this attempted assassination. But since nobody said anything, well, oh well and good, Abby.
We'll continue to observe now. We'll continue to watch the space and see what happens. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if you guys know they've already completed the finding, and they have turned it into Donald Trump. And there was a report I saw. I said I was going to bring it. I don't want to forget it. It's a very important one too that I saw, and I wanted to share with I saved it. I said I'm going to read it for you guys so that you people will know what's up, what is at play. Okay. So And I think they also mentioned in one of the tweets of the representatives, I don't know which one now, they're talking about elections in Nigeria, but I can't find. I was trying to find it because I forgot to save it. You know how you're scrolling and you see another thing that catches your attention. So it was one of those things that caught my attention, and I just completely, brushed through it, and then I ended up missing the whole thing. Let me see if I can find this tweet that I want to read. Aha, here it is. It's Serap. Let me share it. Let me share it with you guys. Let me just read it for anybody when go. I don't know whether anybody go watch replay. It's 4 hours long. I don't think anybody will want to do that. But anyway, let me just share this. So, this is from BSN, Barrister Street. That's what it's called. So Serap warns Nigerians that Tinubu's government is planning to turn phones and communications into spy tools, targeting journalists, activists, political critics, and ordinary citizens ahead of the 2027 election. Serap has warned that the lawful interception of communication regulation 2019 could put Nigerians, journalists, activists, political critics, and ordinary citizens under unchecked government surveillance, turning phones and digital communications into potential spy tools. The group says the rules threaten privacy, free expression, and fair elections, and has given the government 7 days to withdraw them and submit them for full legislative scrutiny with judicial safeguards. Yimu. Yeesh. They're not going to do. Anyway, the regulations issued by the Nigerian Communications Commission allow security agencies to intercept calls, texts, and data under broader justifications like national security or economic stability without judicial oversight, proportionality limits, or protections against abuse. The Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadari, told Tinubu that such sweeping powers should go through proper legislative review, warning they could violate Section 37 of the Nigerian Constitution of the right to privacy, as well as international human rights standards. Concerns grew after allegations of phone tapping involving high-profile figures, including claims that National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu intercepted private conversations. Serap said that without reform, these regulations could be weaponized ahead of the 2027 general elections to monitor critics, suppress dissent, intimidate journalists, and discourage political organizing. So you can imagine what Peter Obi is going through. The organization has previously challenged similar surveillance measures, including plans to monitor WhatsApp, and continues to highlight the risk of authoritarian overreach under the guise of national security. If unchanged, the lawful interception of communications regulations 2019 could worsen online censorship, intimidation of journalists, and arbitrary surveillance of ordinary Nigerians. Okay, this is very disturbing trend. If they not stop am now, this thing is going to create a problem. Already 2027 will be extra difficult. Extra difficult. I was gonna bring this video of what's his name? Is it Sheilo or whatever? Right? But I changed my mind. I'm like, these people with their podcasts. You're laughing, Ibi. I just changed my mind. Sharp. I say no. I no fit. I feel for my television pass through, go dey shout for the. I just didn't want to bother. The guy that they had the conversation with did a very fantastic job. I was impressed.
Yeah.
I was very, very impressed by him. He did a great job. It's crazy. It's really crazy. It's wild, you know. So anyway, let me wrap it up for today. If you have any last minute thoughts that you want to say or communicate, you have the floor. EB, I'm giving you special treatment because you don't think when you
Yes,
enter
sir.
studio.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, I think what I would say in conclusion tonight is many, maybe not many times, but for where we are right now as a nation and as a people, it almost seems like there is no hope. And I know even in our personal life, sometimes we are faced with some situations and it looks like there is no hope. But let's just still believe. That's the most we can say right now. Of course, that is not excluding us from the actions we need to be taken. But I do believe that hope cannot be completely extinguished, even if it seems like there is no way out. It's usually in those times that something happens. And I'm saying this, it might sound like a very cliche statement, but I'm saying it personally based on my own life experiences, which I can't even go into on this call right now. I've been in situations where it seemed like there was absolutely no hope. And I know a lot of us, some of us might not believe in God and some do believe. But whatever you believe in, the supernatural being, the supernatural force came true for me. So I do believe that no matter how gloomy Nigeria looks right now, there will still be a way. There will be a way. All of this, and we've read through history. There's been a lot of this Taliban type of people that came in history, and they never lasted forever. It never lasts forever. That's one thing we know for a fact. So even though it seems like right now there is no hope, there is still something you and I can hold on to. Thank God there are conversations going on in the US. Thank God that Nigeria has been put on the global stage, even if it's for something that is not too positive. Thank God that there are nations that are looking into the situation in Nigeria. We know of actually some days ago, there was a conversation, I believe it was in the Israeli Congress about Biafra, right? So Israel is also shining a lot of light on Biafra right now. And of course, Israel is looking closely into the situation in Nigeria. The US is leading the efforts in that regard. So let's be hopeful. Change doesn't always come like immediately, but I'm sure that if we're consistent with the efforts we're putting into it, there will definitely be a change. So with these few words, I want to say, Antonia, thank you once again, and thank you to everybody that came on the platform tonight. I hope everybody has a wonderful night and wonderful day, wherever you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a wonderful parting statement. My goodness, I can't add anything. No, that's it, to my people. I cannot. Ibi, you finish work for this parting. Your final submission, now the submission of the night, man. That is apt. Thank you for uplifting our spirits, because true, sometimes when you look at what's going on, you just say, oh my God, I can't seem to find a way out. But you nailed it. You completely said everything. There's nothing else to add. So with that, my people, thank you so much for being with me. It was a long live, but we made it. Yay. 4 hours and more. We made it. I didn't think I was going to spend 4 hours. But anyway, let's keep monitoring this space. Let's keep talking. We are all we've got. We are the only ones that can solve our problem. Una, good night too. Thank you very much. EB, thank you so much. Thank you specially. I really appreciate, and I thoroughly enjoyed your submissions. And everyone's submission, yours, Jagun, Idemudia, and Mr. Obibueze. Really, it seemed like 6 hours. Michael, sorry, not best. Good night, everybody. I really appreciate Michael. Thank you. I appreciate everyone in the comment section as well, and those that are listening that are not commenting. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys on my next one. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Bye.